Sorry.
I'd like to call us back to order. Thank you for your patience. We're going to begin with the pledges of allegiance, who will be led by Angelina Agpun, an 8th grade student from Wilsey Wood Middle School. Is she around?
She is.
Come on up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stay there.
Yeah, I get to read. Remember, welcome, Angelina. So, is it Agpun?
Agpun.
Agpun, okay.
Yeah.
So Angelina Agpun is an exceptional leader at Wilsey Wood Middle School. She's an 8th grade student who is very active on the campus and in the community. This year alone, she is the yearbook editor, school auditor for the Green Team, and a trainer for the peer mediator team. Ms. Agpun goes beyond the call of duty for each of these positions. In addition to her many campus activities, she's maintained a perfect attendance, received first and second place awards in multiple classes during the school's showcase, and has been on the honor roll and the principal's list throughout her time at Wilsey Wood. She also volunteers at her church and sings in the church choir, volunteers with Neighborhood Watch, and works on community projects with Summer of Service. Ms. Agpun is an exceptional student who has dedicated herself to academics and service. The Board of Education is proud to recognize Angelina Agpun as a stellar student for the school district.
Would you like to say a few words? Wrong direction. Get over there. Angelina, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Angelina Agpun, and first off, I'd like to thank my family for supporting me and for helping me reach my full potential, my teachers and principals for encouraging me and my fellow schoolmates to do the best we can to earn awards like this, and lastly, the school board for choosing me as a Stellar Student Award recipient. As a young kid, I never thought of earning awards like this one. Every year I'm in school, I become more and more interested in the new opportunities it can provide. That's why, in the future, after I graduate from high school, I plan to attend Stanford University in the School of Education so I can encourage students to be the best they can possibly be and earn awards just like this one. Just being nominated for this award is a great honor and a privilege. So once again, I thank you.
Thank you so much and good luck to you. Item 5.0, announcements of action taken in closed session. Counselor or Superintendent?
President Wu, I'm very pleased to announce to the board by a vote of 6 in favor and 1 abstaining, the approval of the appointment of Corey Jones as principal of Earl Warren Elementary School. So, Corey, I think Corey's here. Where are you, Corey? Why don't you, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, Corey. This part of the process. Have you come up and say a few words to our board and to our public.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to take part in collaboratively educating the students and the community of Earl Warren. It's a little bit of coming home for me, and can't wait to get started. So thank you to the board and everybody.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you, Corey.
Also to announce, no action was taken on the Chief Strategy Officer. We just ran out of time, and the board needs more time to be able to go through the information. So we'll bring that at a future board meeting. And that concludes announcements.
Thank you, Superintendent. Admonition?
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being videotaped in its entirety and will be cablecast without interruption, with the exception of technical problems, on Metro Cable 14, the Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and SureWest cable systems. Today's meeting will air Sunday, May 24th at 9 a.m., Monday, May 25th at noon, and webcast at www.sacmetrocabletv.tv. Members of the audience wishing to address the board should fill out a speaker identification form located in the back of the community room and give it to Chief Communications Officer, Mr. Ross, prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Responses to questions by the public will be posted on the district's website prior to the next board meeting. Please limit comments during public comment to items not listed on the agenda. If you are found to be commenting on an item that is on the agenda, you will be asked to defer your item until it comes up on the agenda. Please turn off all cell phones or place them in the silent or vibrate mode.
Thank you, Vice President Pritchett. Item 6, agenda adoption. I understand that I have a request to pull item 9.1D, 9.1F from the consent agenda. So with that, will we adopt the agenda? You have a motion?
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Item 7.0, special presentations. 7.1, Student Advisory Council Initiative Presentation. Where's Student Advisory Council?
Good evening, Superintendent Bonda and Board of Education. My name is Mark Carnero, and I'm a Youth Service Specialist with the Youth Development Support Services Department and Advisor for the Student Advisory Council Program. Youth development consists of expanded learning programs, youth engagement, foster youth services, and targeted prevention and intervention. As you know, our department operates under the Social Justice Youth Development Framework. This framework uses 5 key principles when collaborating with youth: making youth identity central, embrace youth culture, encourage students to analyze power and social relationships, promote systemic and social institutional change, and encourage collective action. The Student Advisory Council is the embodiment of these 5 principles at work. The SAC is a year-round program that introduces students to concepts of policy advocacy, applied social research, democratic governing, and grassroots organizing. Students of the SAC program represent the vast diversity of SCUSD high school youth. SAC members range from 9th to 12th grade, vary in socioeconomic background, ethnicity, first language, and experience with student government. There are 2 levels within the SAC program: the executive body and the delegate committee. The executive body, who are elected by their peers, are involved with weekly mentoring from district staff, constantly refining their skills in critical thinking, college-level research methodologies, public speaking, and youth advocacy. These students democratically govern the SAC program and serve as leaders to delegate the committee. The delegate committees are comprised of nearly 40 representatives from all 13 district high schools. Once a month, delegates meet with the executive body to partake in brainstorming sessions, initiative planning, and important decision-making. Tonight, I am very proud to introduce you to the 2014-2015 Student Advisory Council Executive Board, who will present their student-led initiatives. My students are critical, passionate, and determined to advocate for the more than 44,000 student voices across our district. Thank you.
A little shorter. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Berry. I'm a junior at West Campus High School. We started this year itching to make a huge difference. We wanted to push the boundary with a wider range of student voice. We used a tool called Youth Participatory Action Research. We started with data collection by sending out surveys to several high schools in our district. We received 1,000 back. The executive board was then trained on how to turn this qualitative data into quantitative data. This meant going through every single survey and coding into themes. Then we analyzed those themes to develop our results into quantitative data. We had help by training our other youth council members on this skill, and together we were able to go through each survey to make sure each student's opinion was heard. From this data, we were able to derive our 3 initiatives. Before I tell you what these initiatives are, I would just like to say that throughout this entire process, we worked with different members of the community. Sac State representatives, sororities, fraternities, different administrators, leaders of feminist groups, and several others. And we are so grateful to them for helping us. Now, based on those 1,000 surveys, our 3 initiatives are college and computer resources, dress code, and ethnic studies. We would like to begin with college and computer resources.
Hello, my name is Andrea Dokes, and I'm a senior at Rosemont, and I'm representing college and computer resources. With the improvement of technology and resources in our district, it would help close the technology gap in our community, but in addition to that, you having a hand in a better equipped student really makes the district's mission a reality. We are the next classes of college students, those in the workforce, and future leaders of our state and possibly further. Let's further the school district's mission and implement programs that will help our district reach its full potential as a whole. You want us to be workforce and college bound ready. We do also. The only way to accomplish this is with the help of needed materials and student effort. After all, it is our right and your responsibility. We are asking for an implementation of SAT and ACT preparation classes and computer classes. SAT and ACT preparation classes would be offered to 10th through 12th graders. And for a package through Barnes & Nobles, we can receive SAT and ACT workbooks and instructional DVDs for a cost of $40. And for the possible staff, based on the curriculum and the workbooks, the teacher from that department would teach that section of the workbook. And computer classes would explore various programs such as Excel, PowerPoint, and Word as the semester progresses. Both of these classes would be offered year-round. Only 2 high schools out of our district offer SAT and ACT prep. McClatchy, which offers it January through May, and Health Professions, which offers it a limited amount of time at the beginning of each school year. SAT and ACT exams are practically mandatory for college. Not only would this program promote and support a higher education, it would also provide assistance to those students lacking resources and/or encouragement to attend a college. Researchers have shown that students that take the SAT and ACT prep classes have significantly higher scores than those that do not. I personally know the results of this firsthand. I took the SAT exam twice. The first time, I knew that I hadn't reached my potential. The second time, with the help of tutoring and workbooks, I was able to reach the 32 percentile. A computer class would increase familiarity with technology, which has been integrated into all aspects of our education system and workforce. On average, Health Professions has about 65 students daily attending the Assets program after school. I spoke to Ms. Johnson, the principal, recently about potentially conducting a pilot program at their school location. She agreed that it would be beneficial for her students if this program was offered. Overall, with the life of these programs, SUSD students will be more productive because they'll be more fluent with working with the various programs within Windows. Also, this is offering assistance to those that cannot afford the proper materials and resources to get the proper help in order to be successful for the SAT and ACT exams. After all, it is our right and your responsibility. Thank you for your time. And up next, we have dress code.
My name is Connie Van, and I'm currently a junior at West Campus High School. I am one of the group leaders for the Dress Code Initiative, and with our group, we worked together for many months to bring to you a new and efficient way to train campus monitors so they would better be educated on how to interact with students, especially females, so they do not risk any sort of harassment on campus by adults. Throughout the years, the Student Advisory Council has been a liaison for all students to voice their opinion, and each year, we create initiatives to solve the problems. This year, we noticed that hundreds of students have been in dress code violation for their inappropriate attire in the eyes of campus monitors. We have asked many campus monitors if they have received any sort of training in the past, and all of them have said they have not. There is also no official protocol that is provided during training for their hiring process. We want to make a difference and lower the probability of harassment from adults and ensure the students do not risk any sort of self-esteem. To do this, we would like to ask you to approve of our new campus monitor training and appoint someone to work with us for on making an official guideline and help them train for the next school year. We were able to find data from the Infinite Campus records and firsthand experiences from the focus groups and personal interviews. We found evidence that would help you see the number of young women that have been dress coded for countless of reasons. We found 104 dress code violations on Infinite Campus that were of female students logged by administration. This does not include the countless others that have not been logged by campus monitors. With over 1,000 surveys back, there were many wanting to change the dress code policy one way or the other. This leads us to believe that there were many more unregistered dress code violations this year. We have also conducted a number of focus groups with feminist leaders at Sac State and our many other youth council members. In the Sac State focus group, we talked about how someone feels to judge you in a learning environment and what it feels like when one person can wear something another person cannot, just because of their body shape. One person stated that it would please the students more because it would make them not feel like animals being picked at by hall monitors. Students will feel more respected and wouldn't feel obligated by the words campus monitors use. After collecting data from our first focus group, we conducted many more within our youth council meetings, and many students have shared overwhelming negative comments about the campus monitors addressing students based on their clothing. We believe this new training is necessary to prevent any more of these stories. It will steer adults in the right direction on how to address a student. A student from Carver stated that there was a lot of favoritism on good students from adults, and I feel very discriminated. Also, it appears that they are only dress coded those that have more to show. We can see that there is an unfair inequality in our dress code discipline. And from another student in John F. Kennedy High School, she said that it would create a healthier learning environment because there won't be as strong of a tension between a staff and a student.
This is not something we as a few students want. This is based on the 1,000 students we surveyed. As a student from John F. Kennedy said, the way dress code is being enforced makes us feel judged and targeted. When hall monitors don't receive training, they make the female students they are dress coding feel humiliated and picked on. It is completely embarrassing for a woman to be looked down upon because of her appearance. Women are being called out from down the hallway, which causes everyone else to pay more attention to her and what she is wearing. Hall monitors have made young women feel like their body is being sexualized and made them feel ashamed about their bodies. What I mean by this is by looking at a student in a demeaning way and talking to them degradingly causes them to be ashamed. By saying that our bodies are distracting communicates to us that our bodies are nothing more than just sexual objects that must be covered up, or else others, mostly men, won't be able to control themselves. There is a sense of favoritism on campus in relation to the dress code policy. Students who are favored and friends with hall monitors are more likely to get away with breaking the dress code policy. Girls with different body sizes are being judged more critically than others, and they're also getting dress coded more frequently than others, even when showing the same amount of skin. The blame for this entire problem should not be placed on the hall monitors. It should be placed on the system, because it is the system that needs to change. We are requesting that all hall monitors go through a training where they will learn how to appropriately address those they are dress coding, how to act, what their demeanor should look like, what types of words should and should not be used. They will also learn on how to approach women as not to embarrass them. We would like someone who's trained on sexual harassment to lead the training. We have provided you with an outline of what this training should look like. After this training, hall monitors should be well prepared on how to equally enforce the dress code. This training should be done yearly and be included in the hiring process. We are also asking for a member of the board to be partners with our dress code initiative for the next school year. Hall monitors being required to have training would lead to women feeling more confident about their body, because the acts that were lowering their self-esteem would stop. Also, it would minimize the hall monitors from offending anyone on campus. Going through a formal training would give them a more formal attitude when enforcing the dress code, which would also minimize favoritism. A young woman from one of our focus groups put it as, the training would bring their behavior up and update their work ethic. They will also be taught on how to look past different body types to enforce the dress code equally. This will overall improve the school's atmosphere and learning environment. This training is a necessity that we, the Student Advisory Council, wants, that the 1,000 students we surveyed wants, and what most likely most of the entire student population wants. Thank you for listening to our initiative. We're looking forward to working with you next year, or in the future. I will now hand it off to Ethnic Studies.
Good evening. My name is Sarait Aispuro, and I'm a senior at Luther Burbank High School.
I'm Jeremy Vang. I'm a junior from Luther Burbank High School.
Hello, I'm Asami Saito, and I'm a junior at West Campus.
So before we start our presentation, we would like to say a poem that's related to our initiatives. 3, 2, 1.
I am what I am because of who we all are. Yo soy quien soy por lo que somos.
Okage-sama de.
Guyaku mo utanto. Our country was built by the unity of immigrants. We are all immigrants. We're all newcomers, settlers who have moved here from the different city, state, or countries. America is what it is today because of how we all are. We each have contributed to a different aspect of American culture. For this reason, we deserve to know how each of us provided to build the countries. With ethnic studies, we will have the opportunity to learn about the history of our people. But what is ethnic study? A person might ask. In most ethnic study class or course, they mainly use Charles Beckham definition. The interdisciplinary study of people of color, the history and development of frameworks and theories for understanding concepts like race, ethnicity, nationality, immigration, culture, and family. But my personal definition is that it defines the people themselves, of who they are, what they believe in, and why they interact the way they are right now. A study that will make students to have more understanding with one another and change their view to not only look the outside of a person, but also inside of a person. With that being said, for our ethnic study group, what we want is to have an ethnic study course implemented as a graduation requirement through all the schools in the district.
The way that we got to this ethnic study initiative was through a survey that we conducted and through a focus group that we had during one of our youth council meetings. The most popular feedback in our survey was that students were asking for more class enrichment and to lessen the violence. From the focus group, the feedback that we received was students asking for a cultural art class or a world literature class. Therefore, we decided on this initiative because of these results, and we were also motivated by the other districts who had recently passed this class. Ethnic studies has shown nothing but positive outcomes. For example, an increase of engagement by students of color, higher grades, enthusiasm to learn, and even community involvement. Giving students the opportunity to learn about their histories and to prove the stereotypes wrong that they've heard all their lives allows for a higher interest in education as well. Students who are not engaged in schoolwork will not pay attention in school, which will increase their likeliness to drop out. However, ethnic studies has shown that in some districts has reduced the dropout rate by 85%. All of this data is enough to prove that ethnic studies has tremendous growth effects on students. However, there is a misconception that ethnic studies is a class only for students of color. But a class like this is beneficial to all students because it teaches through multiple perspectives, which entitles to a higher level of learning.
Ethnic studies can teach the history and culture of ethnic minorities that we have here in Sacramento. When students see people who look like them in their textbooks, they find history much more interesting and relatable. A class such as ethnic studies gives pride to students in their heritage. It makes them proud to be who they are and love themselves, something that many teenagers often forget. As Sadith mentioned, the ethnic studies can reach out to students of all backgrounds, not just those of color. This allows students to be given a different cultural perspective and see the world through a different cultural lens. Students learn to respect one another and understand the values of different cultures. This will prepare students not only for higher education, but for life. By understanding relations between ethnic groups, racial tensions can be reduced. To make this class a reality, we would need what any basic class would require: textbooks, teachers, and a curriculum. For teachers, we would either need to have teacher training or hire new staff or teachers to teach this class. As for the curriculum, we hope to get support from the district as well as allies from Sacramento State to help tailor a curriculum best fitted for our region.
In previous meetings with some of the board members, one main question that came up was the cost to implement this class. Rest assured, this cost is not set to stone. However, based on other districts, for example, San Francisco, their yearly estimated cost was $500,000. This is only an estimated cost for Sacramento, since in San Francisco they have 19 high schools, meanwhile we only have 13. I understand that money is an issue in our district. However, I believe that this is a good investment, since it will decrease the dropout rate and increase the number of students going to college. We will be investing in our future leaders, and an education like this shouldn't be stopped by the cost.
We would like to give a suggestion, too. We would like to have ethnic study to be its own class and eventually be an A through G requirement, since it is taught to its full extent with a year-long course. However, in order to introduce this course, we would like to suggest incorporating ethnic studies with other courses, such as geography and CGI, which is a semester-long course through freshman or sophomore year. Ethnic studies, in our opinion, is beneficial in the early years of high school, since they gain a critical lens early and tolerance towards others and themselves, rather than in junior or senior year. We would like to have ethnic studies to replace CGI or have it as an option, because when we talk with admin from our school sites, they make the same suggestion.
We would like to get this class implemented as soon as possible. We are confident that by November, we will have a course proposal to present. When we had a conversation with Dr. Iris Taylor, she broke down what was needed to pass a class and encouraged us to present it in November, so it could hopefully be accepted by April 2016. If it is passed, then that fall we would like to implement the first phase of ethnic studies in 3 of our high schools, which will be CKM McClatchy, the Met, and American Legion. By fall 2017, we want to introduce it into 5 additional schools, and by the next school year, we would hope to have it implemented into all 13 schools. We realize that this timeline is very ambitious, but we have people working from higher education, working diligently to have this implemented as soon as possible. A class with such great results should not be put off any longer. Additionally, we would like to remind you that ethnic studies achieves a skill in our graduation profile, which is to demonstrate respect for multiple perspectives and actively seek to understand other cultures.
Our city is the second most diverse in the country, with our school district being a beautiful mirror of our population. Our students are 37% Latino, 17.4% Asian, 18% African American, 19% white, and 5.3% of students with 2 or more ethnicities. Our 44,000 students needs a class to reflect them. We deserve the opportunity to know about the people that built the nation that we live in today. We are all important and significant, but we may not be taught that in our traditional classes. This can be changed through an addition of an ethnic studies class, because in order to know our history, we have to know ourselves. We are submitting a resolution and policy amendment this Friday to be reviewed by the Board of Education for the June 4th meeting, and we've also provided you with copies of the resolution and policy amendment.
With that, we'd like to thank you, Mark, our current SAC advisor, for supporting us and engaging us into our own initiatives. Mark will, along with the help of other supporters, but Ethnic Studies Now, Second Middle State, Sac City, including the College of Education, College of Ethnic Studies, Mechas, ADE, teachers, faculties from Elk Grove, San Jose, San Juan, and San Francisco Unified School District, as well as other several community organizations. We'd like to thank the board members and youth department who came to our meetings and really helped us grow through these initiatives, and Dr. Iris Taylor for making time to teach us about the steps to propose a class like this. There are too many to name, but y'all hold a very special positions in this. Without their support, we won't be where we are now. We're all in this together, and we'll hopefully stay together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, members of the Student Advisory Council. Before questions from the dais, we have a number of public speakers who would like to make statements. I understand there are quite a few of them, so each person will be given 2 minutes, but you don't have to take 2 minutes because we'll be here for about an hour with those comments. But if you agree with somebody who has said something before you, you can just simply state that you agree and then add a little bit, but you need not deliver the same message that has been previously delivered. I think that we get the gist here.
We have 24 comments on item 7.1. I'm going to read the names 5 at a time. If folks can please line up behind the podium in the order you're called. The first 5 speakers are Martin Ramirez, Montserrat Garcia, Savannah Mendoza, Arturo Aleman, and Francesca Martinez.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Najong, Assalamu alaikum, Maluele, Bula, Namaste, Ni hao. First of all, I want to say that we've been working on this since I started teaching at Burbank. Today we have, with the support of Mr. Appel, Mr. Peterson, we were, allowed to try something different in trying to help our most disenfranchised students. And instead of suspending them or getting rid of them, we were trying to teach them where they came from, something to be proud about, and using that as a tool to empower them so they could want to read and write, learn how to think. And so with that said, I think it's a great initiative, and I really think that the district should consider it. Now at Rosa Parks, as a vice principal and teacher, We'll continue to using this method, teaching pedagogy to help our most disenfranchised students at an even younger age. So I think it's something that we should really consider as a district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Montserrat Garcia. I'm currently a fourth year at UC Davis, and I graduated from CK McClatchy High School in 2011. Thank you for your presence and allowing us to speak. So I did take an ethnic studies class my fourth year of senior, a senior, and I'd like to say that everybody here is presented with opportunities. Opportunity comes knocking at our door. They say that, it's a common phrase, but what we ignore sometimes is that our race, our class, our gender, our sexuality sometimes voids us of those opportunities. And so, with that said, ethnic studies really affects students. As previous spokespeople said, it allows us to have a sense of community, ethnic minorities, but members of the hegemonic society also learn from these classes. They are learning different viewpoints, different manners in that other cultures express themselves. And I think that's very important, especially as we're growing up, we're becoming adults, we're going off to universities. We need to understand and be very sensitive to other issues, specifically those of minorities. And so I'd like to please ask that you take seriously the ethnic studies class because it did help me. I'm a first generation and I'm here ready to graduate from UC Davis. So thank you very much.
Thank you. While the next speaker is coming up, because each speaker pauses for the audience to applaud, I would just ask that you all kind of give a silent applause so that the next person can come up and we can keep the comments moving along. Thank you.
Good evening, board and superintendent. My name is Savannah Mendoza. I'm a senior at McClatchy High School, a part-time student at Sac City College, and also a proud member of Brown Issues here in Sacramento. I'm here to speak in support of Agenda Item 7.1 to allow ethnic studies as a graduation requirement in high schools. My personal experience began when I attended Sacramento City College, and I took a Chicano Studies class for my first semester. I'm very thankful for all that I've learned, not just academically, but also socially. I became a much more confident person, and I learned a lot more about who I was. Reflecting back on it now, I would not be here today standing before you, standing up for something that I passionately believe in if it wasn't for an ethnic studies course. Every student deserves an opportunity to learn about who they are and gain new confidence, something that I learned. With all the social and racial tensions arising here in the United States today, why not solve the root of that problem and educate students now that we can't fight violently, but we need to learn that we have the same struggles and that we have the same struggles together, and that we need to get an education and work through the system. Every student deserves this opportunity, and not just me. I would like to say that I'm in very much support of requiring ethnic studies here in high schools.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
Thank you.
While our next speaker, Mr. Arturo Aleman, approaches the microphone, if our next 5 speakers can please line up. Isis Johnson, Caroline Boughton, B. Vang, Jennifer Yang, and Jamie Lemus. Thank you.
Good evening, school board. My name is Isis Johnson. I'm 17 years old, and I'm an early graduate from Capital City High School. Tonight, I'm here to support the enactment of ethnic studies classes as a graduation requirement for high school. In this diverse society we live in, the many ethnicities within it deserve to have their history thoroughly taught and explored. A lot of people don't know how to accept cultures outside of their own. Implementing an ethnic studies class which shows students how to comprehend each other's traditions, and mindsets. This will lead to fewer stereotypes and prejudices, more appreciation and acceptances, less ignorance, and more knowledge. In turn, this would help us to all live harmoniously. Us living in harmony is essential because it's clear that none of us are going anywhere anytime soon. We are required to learn about the dominant culture in elementary, middle, and high school, while other cultures are briefly observed during cultural holidays. The history of one culture is just as important as the history of any other culture. Implementing ethnic studies classes would reinforce this value. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support the transition to be made in the Sacramento City Unified School District's curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Good evening, school board. My name is Carol Ann, and I am a junior at SCUSD McClatchy. I think that ethnic studies programs in high schools are vital to an accurate portrayal of American culture, society, and history. These programs are integral to an understanding of American national identity because they showcase the wide scope of American minorities. Because we live in a very ethnically diverse society, I believe that students should be acquainted with the history and heritages of as many ethnicities as possible. Any threat to these ethnic studies programs is a threat to a student's academic freedom and intellectual inquiry. I think these programs are of the utmost importance in the state of California in particular because 3/4 of the state students are non-white. Without ethnic studies, these students would be denied the opportunity to thoroughly explore their culture and heritage in the context of their country. When a student observes no one like his or herself, that is a person of the same cultural heritage, in his or her own history class, that student is denied a role model. When students only study the Caucasian heroes of this country, they may assume that no one of their ethnicity ever made an impact on this nation, which is absolutely incorrect. With more role models, students are more likely to pursue their goals, as is demonstrated by a report released by the LA Times, which indicates that ethnic studies improve student grades, graduation rates, and increase college attendance. For all these reasons, I support the youth-led initiative to add ethnic studies as a graduation requirement in this school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
First of all, thank you for all the patience here today. Good evening, board members, students, and community. My name is Jaime Lemos. My daughter, Metzli, is a 5th grader at the Language Academy of Sacramento. I'm here to share with you why, as a parent and community member, it is important to implement ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. When I was in high school, I was in good academic standing. However, growing up in Salinas, I grew up in a hostile environment and started making bad decisions. During that time, my English teacher took a chance on me and began to talk to me about Mexican-American history. Immediately, I embraced it. It gave me a proud platform to stand on. It allowed me to see and understand the historical struggles, the resistance, and positive contributions to our society. Soon after, I graduated, went to UC Davis, and graduated. Like most parents, I've shared the longer version of this story with my daughter numerous times and remind her of the importance of knowing and understanding our roots. I think back about how my high school teacher took the time and how it changed my life. Now I wonder how an ethnic studies class can positively change a student. By teaching students of the many cultures that make up Sacramento, it can promote pride and embrace diversity, 2 factors that are important for creating a successful learning environment and well-rounded students. San Juan and Woodland Unified School Districts have implemented ethnic studies as a part of their curriculum and will be creating these academically well-rounded students. This potentially means that academically, our Sacramento students will be behind. This also means that our students are not as diverse and will lack the academic competitive edge when applying to a university or a college. I believe that the Sacramento parents, teachers, and community want our students to succeed, and by implementing the ethnic studies graduation requirement, it will be another way to foster our students' growth and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lennon.
Thank you to President Wu, Superintendent Bonda, and board members for giving me this time to speak. My name is Bee Vang, and I am an alumni of Luther Burbank High School and Hiram Johnson High School. I am 2 days away from achieving my Bachelor's of Arts degree in Public Relations at Sacramento State University, with a minor in Asian American Studies under the Ethnic Studies Department. You may not know who I am, but I hope you will listen to my story about growing up in the Sacramento City Unified School District. As an alumni, being educated through this wonderful school district, I was always proud of where I came from. However, I was disappointed that our district did nothing to teach me about my culture. Therefore, I did not learn about my history and culture until I attended Sacramento State. I have attained more knowledge about my ethnicity in the Asian community during my 3 years at Sacramento State than I did from the history books growing up. I have not only learned about the Hmong history and culture, but I had the chance to enrich my knowledge about the Asian American, Pan-African, Chicano, and Native American studies. Most importantly, I had the chance to interview my father and shared his story for my class projects, something that I want my younger siblings and our youth to be able to do and learn about before they attend college. It is important to know where our parents and grandparents came from, the language barriers and struggles that they have faced, to be able to understand why it is important to strive for higher education and to treasure and celebrate our identity. There is so much to gain with having knowledge of self and knowledge of others in our community. That is why I believe the school district should implement ethnic studies as a graduation requirement for our students, the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vang.
As our next speaker approaches the microphone, if our next 5 speakers can please line up behind her. Denise Fernandez, Crandall Rankins, Diana Vasquez, Alex Shantz, and Gloria Irving.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Yang. I am a student at Sacramento State with a major in ethnic studies and a concentration in Asian American studies. I graduated from Luther Burbank in 2010. In high school, I felt ashamed for being Hmong because I didn't understand the cultural traditions that my parents had me follow. In all, I just didn't know who I was as a person. My parents came to the United States as refugees in the 1990s because of the Vietnam War. They had no knowledge of the English language or the American culture. They raised my 12 brothers and my 12 siblings and I on their own, relying heavily on the government assistance. I saw how the war impacted my parents, especially my father. I saw how he treated my mother and the challenges my mother endured as a Hmong woman. As a first-generation college student and the first in my family to go to college, I had no idea how college was going to be. I am thankful that I took ethnic studies classes because for the first time in my life, I learned about the secret war. I finally realized the reason why my parents held on so tight to our cultural traditions was because this was all they brought with them when they came to the United States. Through ethnic studies, I became acclimated to social justice issues and concerns. I developed a heightened awareness and sensitivity to cultural diversity. I also developed a better perspective on my personal experiences regarding gender, social, and educational inequalities within underserved communities. Ethnic studies did not just teach me about myself, but about the history and culture of other people. I learned how to become open-minded and to avoid biases and stereotypes of others. Because of ethnic studies, I can happily say that I will be the first in my family to graduate college tomorrow. This is not the end for me. This is not the end for me, but only the beginning, as I will continue my education at the University of Pennsylvania to pursue a Master's of Science in Higher Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vang.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Fernandez. I'm also an ethnic studies major at Sacramento State. As a current ethnic studies major, I definitely see the benefits of ethnic studies as it helps to one's social and critical development. But it shouldn't be until students get to a post-secondary institution that they're exposed to these type of courses. Time and time again, we hear how these courses give students a sense of belonging. And it's true, these courses do teach them a sense of belonging within their respective classrooms. And that's very, very important to their very essential to their academic development and success. A prime example of the student success can be seen with the past Mexican American Studies program in the Tucson Unified School District. At its peak, this program had a graduation rate of 70%, which is well above the national average. So implemented ethnic studies as a graduation requirement would be an academic benefit both for the students and for the school districts. We hear a lot of negative backlash and downsizing across many ethnic studies departments, which is why it's easy to dismiss this discipline as something that's not important or that's not necessary. The truth of the matter is that ethnic studies as a discipline does not teach hate or indoctrinate students to be divided by race, as many are quick to claim. It teaches students to embrace and tolerate one another, all the while being critical of societal power structures that affect their everyday lives. It provides a counter-narrative for historically marginalized populations that have been excluded from patriarchal and Eurocentric history. Finally, it creates a curriculum in which students become critically and analytically engaged within the classroom because they are taught something that relates to them and their lived experiences. As one of the most diverse school districts in the nation, it's time that we collectively bring about institutional change that not only embraces our multiculturalism, but that also uplifts and shows respeto to our many identities as human beings and as communities. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Crandall Rankins, and I'm here representing the Black Parallel School Board, reading a letter from the chairperson, Daryl White. And it says, to whom it may concern, James Banks, an education expert who has had tremendous influence relative to the establishment of ethnic studies classes on college campuses, provides an answer to why a school district should include such a course. Ethnic studies centers the knowledge and perspectives of a marginalized ethnic or racial group, reflecting viewpoints rooted in the group's experiences and intellectual scholarship. Ethnic studies arose as a counter to the traditional mainstream curriculum, which numerous content analysis of textbooks find continues to marginalize scholarship by and about African Americans, Latinos, Native Americans, and Asian Americans. In fact, because of the continued dominance of Euro-American perspectives, mainstream curricula can be viewed as Euro-American ethnic studies. As students of color go through the school system, the curriculum's overwhelming whiteness disengages many from academic learning. Consequently, the Black Parallel School Board supports the resolution to expand the Sacramento City Unified School District's curriculum by including more ethnic studies concepts throughout all courses in general and through the addition of an ethnic studies course in particular. The Black Parallel School Board further supports the course being recognized as a graduation requirement. Since the resolution calls for the establishment of a committee made up of participants, practitioners, and community groups, the Black Parallel School Board expects to participate fully in the creation and evaluation of the course. Presently, there's a statewide initiative, and we look to see Sacramento not to be the last district to make the curriculum changes. It should be the next. Sincerely, Daryl White, Chairperson for the Black Parallel School Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rankins.
Good evening, board members. So my name is Diana Vasquez. I represent currently the Association of Raza Educators. And this is an organization currently in Sacramento that's established of council members, teachers, community members, and researchers and professors. And we've been working with the students since the beginning of this year and really trying to bring ethnic studies. But we've been working with them to actually just provide the research and the data that they need. And we're here to really show you that if you really are looking for a partnership, we're here to partner up, and we've been doing it for the past 6 months. And again, this group is really on a volunteer basis, and we've been meeting on a weekly basis ourselves to gather information for the youth for them to actually go ahead and implement. So if there's any questions on implementation, on how this is going to happen, who's going to teach it, and how they're going to teach it, please ask the questions, because we're here and we have been working with the youth, and we can say are willing to work with the board and continue that relationship, not for a year, but for the next 5 years until this is implemented correctly. Again, we don't want to be the last school district to implement this in the state. We want to be at least one of the few that have been implemented. And there's examples that we can actually take from, and we've been working with those school districts currently. If you guys need anything from them, we can actually get that from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez.
Good evening, President Darrell Wu, Superintendent, and school board members. My name is Alex Shantz, and I actually serve on the St. Helena Unified School District Board of Trustees, and I'm speaking this evening as an individual school board member and not on behalf of my district. And I'm here tonight because I'm a huge proponent of ethnic studies, and I think the students who have spoken before me have articulated the reasons for ethnic studies much more eloquently than I could. But I did want to reference a report that was published in 2011 by the National Education Association entitled The Academic and Social Value of Ethnic Studies. And two of the main findings in this report are that ethnic studies benefits students of groups under study in a particular ethnic studies class, and it also benefits other diverse students, including white students like myself. And I wanted to address that latter point. Ethnic studies, the benefit ethnic studies has in this area is it instills a real sense of acceptance and understanding of cultural and ethnic diversity. And this is especially important for white students such as myself, because we often aren't taught concepts of diversity and racism at home. Public education is the best way for reaching us, and ethnic studies is a really effective tool for teaching those concepts. And an additional reason that ethnic studies is important is it requires students to understand various issues through different lenses. And this fosters and cultivates critical thinking, which is a real vital skill set for our students to have, especially as we transition into Common Core. And the last reason I wanted to give for why I think it's really important for this district to consider ethnic studies is because it sets a trend for other districts to follow. At St. Helena, we've just begun the discussion of ethnic studies, and we're exploring options and strategies. But when other districts like yourselves implement it, it builds momentum and it makes it easier for smaller districts like ours to get on board. So by joining the other districts such as Los Angeles, San Francisco, El Rancho, and Montebello, you help build momentum and you help set the academic and curricular norms that the rest of us can adopt and follow. So in closing, I want to thank you for your time, and I really hope you consider the ethnic studies proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shantz.
As our next speaker approaches the microphone, if our next 5 speakers can please line up. Andres Rodriguez, Eric Vega, Dr. Dale Alexander, Dr. Kevin Ware, and Sarah Flores.
Good evening. Thank you, Board and Superintendent. I'm Gloria Irvin. I'm going to speak to you in a different light. I'm going to speak to you from the sense of a school principal. I'm going to follow your instruction and try not to repeat what you've already heard, because I don't think anyone in this room can say it better than the students have already spoken. The Ethnic Studies program is a program that's going to just allow students to be empowered. You've already heard that. You've already heard how many districts have already jumped on board. Our district being another district, as a person who's now being directed to lead the charge of equity and student achievement, I just feel compelled that we continue to do what is said by our students. And when you have the number of parents that are here this evening who's speaking pretty boldly about their support of a program, your job is really easy. I know you don't want to hear that, but I know it takes at these time and days to have courageous decisions. And I think legislators have put things on the floor before and they've died, like AB 1750, which called for ethnic studies to be at every comprehensive high school in California. I think that speaks volumes. As we continue to hear more people come to this podium to express their sincere appreciation for your time and attention, hopefully your time and attention will lead with a decision that will provide this great city of Sacramento, diverse city of Sacramento, an opportunity to have this course embedded within its curriculum. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andres Rodriguez, and I teach ethnic studies at Sacramento City College, and I'm here in support of ethnic studies at Sac City Unified. So at its core, we see ethnic studies in how it teaches, history and cultures, but specifically through their perspectives. But it's also important to stress the importance of service. In every one of my classes, I always tell my students that it's not enough to just learn about the material, but to use it in their everyday lives, whether it's in their majors or in the work that they do, and also with the people that they interact with. So again, at its core, we are very crucial in creating active members in our society. And in my short time as an instructor, I've heard multiple students tell me, I really like this class. I wish I learned it sooner. I wish I learned this in high school. So, and that's very unfortunate too, because college should not be the place where they start to learn about ethnic studies. This is where, within the high school level, this is a chance to learn within the foundational level, and then that'll be applied, when they're in college. So ethnic studies, it provides a critical foundation to observing the world around us and also encourages us to be experts of our own experiences. And, hearing these students and supporters, what that tells me is that they're hungry for this right now. So, so ethnic studies, it really shaped my life. It really positively shaped me for the best. So let's give the students here the same opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. Thank you for a couple minutes here to share with you my support for the students' resolution. My name is Dale Allender. I'm a professor at Sacramento State University, the College of Education. I'm also the West Coast Director of the National Council of Teachers of English and a consultant for 9 schools in Buffalo, New York, 2 schools in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I know from the research, some of it's been quoted here, as well as from personal experience working with children, students in very marginalized communities, that ethnic studies programming and coursework, in fact, increases their engagement in schooling and their achievement across all subject areas. So we stand ready to support the school district and districts throughout the state in a number of different ways. Concretely, the Teacher Credential Department and the Ethnic Studies Departments at least 4 different CSU campuses are beginning planning stages to form a consortium to provide teacher training and professional development to prepare teachers to do an adequate job of teaching these courses. In addition, we also are interested in working with your district in whatever curriculum writing, advising, and other activities to help ensure a successful rollout and implementation of the course. We are here at the service of the students and of the district. With that said, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Eric Vega. I graduated from Luther Burbank High School, and I teach ethnic studies over at Sac State. What a wonderful turnout. I mean, it's really impressive, and I just want to thank the students for organizing this effort. One of the things that charms and brings a great deal of joy to a teacher's heart is when people come later in life and they tell them, what you talked about in the classroom made sense, and it impacted my life. And I've had social workers and union organizers and lawyers and doctors and real estate agents, yes, real estate agents too, who have come back and they have said, I saw the world in a new way. You sparked me. You motivated me. I wanted to look and do things like I had never done before. So I think it's very important for this idea to move forward. Race, ethnicity, class, and gender are analytical tools that historically were dismissed and quieted. Even today, in the conservative movement in this country, you will hear the rhetoric, let us all be simply colorblind. Let's not talk about this stuff. the first person that even raises it is probably a racist. And that needs to be challenged. And it takes leadership to challenge that ideological perspective. But I don't think that young people, and I don't think the world is going to allow for quiet anymore. Things are connected. They are rattling the windows. They are shaking the walls. The fight for $15 an hour, the immigrant rights movement, the movement to defend reproductive rights, the furious, important refrain that Black Lives Matter is changing our country. And so I want to impress upon you that you listen to the sound that is coming from the streets. You listen to the near horizon, and that you embrace this proposal with all your heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vega.
Hello, my name is Sarah Flores, and I'm an 11th grader at George Washington Carver High School, and I'm in support of SAC's dress code initiative. One day, some time ago, it was 96 degrees outside. I was wearing the only pair of shorts I had and a tank top. As I walked to class in the heat, drenched in sweat, I was stopped and dress coded. It was the first time I had ever had this happen to me, and I was told to go home and change. I didn't understand it. Everyone else was wearing shorts and a tank top, and nobody was being stopped for it but me. I was pulled out of class, and I was told that I needed to dress more modestly because what I was wearing was inappropriate for someone my age. I was also referred to as young lady. I kept asking, why? Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to change my appearance? And they told me, because that's just the way it is. And I didn't get it. I didn't get why I had to dress more modestly in 96-degree weather. Does warmer weather compel the individual to stare at a girl's legs? Were people looking at my body? Was that all I was, just a body for someone to look at? It was utterly demeaning. I started crying. I am a 4.0 student, an active participant in classroom discussions and in my community, an artist, a writer, a poet, a human being with thoughts and feelings. And I realized that in that moment, I was seen as nothing but an object for people to look at. I realized that people would judge me because of my appearance. I had no other value than my appearance and how others viewed me. If my dress code enforcer had training and refrained from using belittling language, maybe read me the exact code I was breaking, I wouldn't feel obligated to wear pants and a sweatshirt in the middle of August.
As our next speaker approaches, if our final 5 speakers can please line up behind the podium on this item. DeMonte Jones, Dwayne Poe Jr., Ramon Diaz, Fatima Garcia, and Nancy Zhang.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Weir, and I'm a professor of sociology at California State University, Sacramento, where I also serve as the president of the California Faculty Association. I'm also chair of the statewide Political Action and Legislative Committee for CFA. CFA represents 25,000 faculty of the CSU system's 23 campuses serving 450,000 students. These students are largely working class, first-time college attendees, and represent the racial, class, and cultural diversity of the state of California. The California Faculty Association has supported several pieces of legislation on the topic of ethnic studies, including most recently Luis Alejo's Assembly Bill 101 on ethnic studies curriculum in our state's high schools. We support efforts to require ethnic studies curricula in high school because we value diversity and a deep understanding for our students of what it means to be citizens in a multicultural society. We have seen attacks on ethnic studies departments in the CSU system under the guise of budget cuts on several campuses. And the context for this issue is broader still. Attacks on ethnic studies in places like Arizona do not bode well for the education of our students. And I'm here with CFA because we support our students in their leadership on this issue. As you have seen tonight, they are inspiring. Students in the CSU system should not be exposed to these ideas for the first time in a general education course in their final years of undergraduate study. In the CSU system, we rely on our public schools to help prepare students as they transition to a university curriculum and culture. By incorporating ethnic studies courses in high school curricula, we are confident that students enrolling in the CSU will have an even greater foundation of understanding, respect, and tolerance for the wide variety of ethnic groups and cultures in California. The time is now for Sacramento to join in requiring an ethnic studies component for high school students. We should do so for our students, for the well-being of the Sacramento region, and for the future of California. We look forward to working in collaboration between the community and the school district on the next steps in implementing an ethnic studies curriculum requirement for Sacramento. If you're here to support students and ethnic studies requirement, please stand up. Stand up for ethnic studies.
I will have Dwayne Powell speaking with me. Hello, my name is DeMonte Jones, a senior at John F. Kennedy High School.
I'm Dwayne Poe Jr., a junior at John F. Kennedy High School.
We're speaking on behalf of the Black Parallel School Board. We're here to represent ethnic studies. Dwayne, you want to start?
Ethnic studies introduces students to theoretical, historical, and critical analysis of race and ethnicity in the United States.
We feel ethnic studies should be a graduation requirement because a lot of students who are UC eligible don't know a lot about their culture, and knowing a lot about their culture can help build unity among other cultures and put racial tensions to a decrease.
As a student, you will draw upon many disciplines and areas of thought to comprehend the social, cultural, intellectual, and historical experiences that inform the construction of racial and cultural identities.
It helps scholars understand worlds different from their own and valuing other worlds that they weren't used to.
Ethnic studies is critical because it provides a multidisciplinary lens in which new approaches to learning will emerge.
And lastly, as a student that will be attending UCLA in the fall, I wish I would have learned more about this opportunity. Being a senior and things like that. But I feel like if Sac City put this initiative into action, it would help more upcoming seniors just like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, tablero y superintendente. Mi nombre es Fátima, una mujer indígena y también directora regional de LACLA AFL-CIO, Consejo Laboral para Latinoamérica Avance. Queremos dar las gracias a todos los que han trabajado muy duro y diligente para poder pasar estudios éticos en nuestras secundarias. LACLA ha trabajado muy cerca con legislaturas estatales en la región para poder presionar y pasar biles como estos que aseguran igualdad a nuestra comunidad de Sacramento. Greeting Board and Superintendent. My name is Fatima Garcia, an Indigenous woman, also Regional Organizing Director for LACLA Labor Council, LACLA AFL-CIO, Labor Council for Latin American Advancement. We'd like to thank and we support and thank everyone who has been working hard and diligent in order to pass ethnic studies in our high schools. LACLA has been working closely with state legislators, pressuring them to pass bills similar to this to ensure equality for our melting pot community here in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ramon Diaz. I'm an employee of Twin Rivers Unified School District. I'm here to support the students of ethnic studies now that the Sac City Unified School District implement ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. I would like to share with the board members some of the basic vocabularies used in ethnic studies that I had learned in Chicano studies at my high school here at Sac City, Sacramento City High. My first ethnic word would be Chicano and its philosophy. The word Chicano is open to all races It does not discriminate based on race, color, creed, national origin, or religion. For Chicano philosophy, we are all one. Here are some of the words that the students may benefit in ethnic studies. And these are words I'd like to share with the board. Indigenous, grassroots, conscientiousness, heritage, ideology, cultural sensitive, bilingual, biculturalism, liberation, nonviolence, stereotype images, derogatory languages, advocate, demographics, incriminations, cultural sensitive, unionism, and the last word, educación, la manera de ser. Thank you very much, board members, for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Good evening, Superintendent Bonda and the board members. My name is Nancy Zhang, and I'm an organizer with Hmong Innovating Politics. First off, you have a letter in front of you, which is a letter of support from organizations throughout Sacramento that include Asian Resources, Association of Raza Educators, Black Parallel School Board, Hmong Innovating Politics, Hmong Women's Heritage, La Familia, Sacramento Immigration Alliance, and many others. Many of you have already expressed your support and interest in ethnic studies, including you, President Wu, who was one of the first students to take an ethnic studies course at Cal. As a fellow Cal alum, go Bears and go ethnic studies.
Go Bears.
At the same time, each of you have raised important questions about the implementation of ethnic studies in our district. I want to reassure you that we have heard you loud and clear, and we are eager to collaborate with you to resolve these issues to make ethnic studies a reality. Fortunately, we are not starting from scratch. Los Angeles, San Francisco, and our neighboring school district, Woodland, have already taken the steps to establish ethnic studies in their schools. In addition, there are currently over 100 ethnic studies courses that meet the A through G requirement in the state of California. These types of courses can easily be adapted here in our school district. In most circumstances, ethnic studies was implemented in a thoughtful manner without breaking the bank. Speaking of which, many of you have raised a question about how we're going to fund ethnic studies. We believe that ethnic studies must be an LCFF and LCAP priority. Research has shown that ethnic studies improves academic achievement, student engagement, and campus climate, each of which are pillars of LCFF. We urge you to adopt the Student Advisory Council's resolution and move forward with the implementation of ethnic studies as a graduation requirement.
Thank you, Ms. Zhang. That's the end of our speaker slips. Comments and questions from my colleagues on the... Oh, excuse me.
All right. A little discussion. I just wanted to first of all start out by acknowledging the great work that our students put and the passion and commitment they put into putting this presentation together tonight. You know, we often talk in education about creating conditions for our students to develop their own voice, and I'm really proud of that time that they put into this. I know how hard they work to not only address this issue or the concern around ethnic studies, but all the other items that they raised as well. I'd also like to thank all the community partners who are here tonight, folks from higher ed that are here to support our students, specifically around this discussion around ethnic studies. I believe that fundamentally that we have the responsibility to provide equity, opportunity, and access for all of our students, and the discussions of ethnic studies fit perfectly into that concept, into that belief. If we want our students to be engaged, lifelong learners, then we need to ensure that the curriculum we provide is culturally relevant. So I share the interest in having a discussion about how we make this happen in Sac City. Of course, we know that discussions around changing graduation requirements are complex, part of that is because there's only so much time in the day that we can have to add requirements. So that's going to require us to get together and have some real serious discussions around how we do that. At the same time, this district has been in discussions for 2 years about how we move towards A through G graduation requirements that better align with our graduation requirements so that we are in alignment with the UCs and the CSUs, which means that we can better prepare our students for success after they leave our districts. I don't believe that these two discussions are mutually exclusive, although we will need to bring the topic of ethnic studies into a larger conversation as was outlined by our folks today here, so that neither of these conversations are happening in a vacuum. An additional graduation requirement will also have a huge impact on staffing and master scheduling at our schools, and so we'll need to make sure that we have discussions around how we budget for that so that we have appropriate teachers in place with appropriate credentials to teach these courses. All of this said, I'm convinced that we can find a way to make this happen if we're willing to be patient and work through all the complexities. I'm going to ask staff to begin working immediately on a plan to integrate ethnic studies, peace, to integrate the ethnic studies piece into the work of the existing graduation requirement task force so that we can begin developing concrete plan and a timeline for making this a reality. When we have that framework of that plan, we will bring it to our board and then we'll bring it to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Member Rodriguez.
Wow, I feel privileged. I'm the first one out. So, okay, so I'm going to take this issue by issue. And so the first one is the dress code issue. I'm sorry, can you repeat your name again?
I'm Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
And my name is Connie.
Connie, Elizabeth, Connie. Oh, there's only two. I thought the three of you were part of that. Okay. So Elizabeth and Connie, I totally thank you both for coming and raising this issue. And Elizabeth, I can't thank you enough for the passion in which you delivered the information. I too felt it up here. And, I think, we were all once high school students. And, I too was somebody who didn't want anyone to tell me how I should look or act or behave or anything like that. One of the things, and I like that you focused on young women on our campuses, but I have a concern as well as with our young men, because I think that there needs to be some sensitivity around that issue as well. There's certain styles that even I as an adult see walking around in the street that appear on our campuses as well. So I was wondering about your rationale as to why only focused on the young woman and not both genders.
Well, while there is a problem for both men and women in high school, we found there was more of a problem on how women were being addressed and the reasons they were given for why they couldn't dress a certain way and the ways they were being talked to and looked at.
Okay. Yeah. And there you had data to support that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I do want to thank you as well for the training points, the talking points on that. I do feel that it's really important, and I like that you came forward prepared with an outline. Now it's, part of district staff to take that on. But what I am going to recommend is that I know that we have a policy committee and that perhaps your team, Elizabeth, work with the policy committee and along with our curriculum and training development. And probably Ms. McArn is the person that we need to really involve in all of this because she's in charge of training in this district. And so perhaps looking to see what we have available right now and how could we modify what it is that we have currently in existence. So I can't thank you enough for bringing that issue forward. I really think that it is important to me personally. I'm the mother of 3 beautiful daughters, very happy and proud mother of them. And so my oldest daughter graduated high school in 2011. So I had quite the opposite issue. She had always wore her skirts with like these baggy sweatpants, and I was like, oh, yeah. So my issue with her was opposite. But you know, I think that you know, to each his own and the way they want to dress. And I also think you're bringing up a good issue about asking the person to come to the side and addressing them privately. So I appreciate that. Along with that kind of thought before I move on to the next thing, I wanted to ask Ms. Sarah Flores if you will approach over here. You were speaking and you said that you were addressed and you questioned authority, and I like that. And because I do it all the time. And the reason that was given to you is because we always do it that way. And I'm always somebody who questions that. Why do we always have to do it? And I have this button that I got when I was in a training in Washington, D.C. a couple of months ago. It was for a different topic. But I think it's so appropriate, and I just want to give it to you. And so it says, but we've always done it this way, and it has a circle with a line through it. So I really want to give this to you. Thank you. So let's see here. The next topic is going to be ethnic studies, because we had those. I want to express my appreciation. Let me, before I go there, we had a lot of Luther Burbank students here. I'm a former Luther Burbank Titan, so everyone who's here from Luther Burbank, yay! And I met our lovely students that are, some of them are here. We went on a Latina Action Day just last week, right? Last Tuesday, and it was awesome, and I'm glad to see you here. So I want to thank you for bringing up the cost, because that's been my question the whole time, is how much is it going to cost? And then the implementation part. Because with any policy, any new policy that comes in, it's about implementation, and it's about, do we have the money to sustain it? So I want to truly thank you for that. You know, I had a question, and our student board member, you saw me, I'm like, what is that? So I want a little bit, if I had a question, I want everybody else out here to know it, or know the answer to it. So can you explain what contemporary global issues class is? What does it mean to you, and how would you interpret it?
I haven't taken the class yet. So, at West Campus, we take it as seniors. CGI. But from what I know about it is it studies current issues that's going on in our world today, everything that's going on in the Middle East per se, things that are happening in China and other parts of the world, current news really. And so I've heard from a few of my teachers actually that they've said that CGI can be taught as ethnic studies. And I looked at him kind of funny. He's like, I guess in a way, not really, no, because ethnic studies goes off a completely different trail. It goes and studies other cultures and not just things that are happening in the news. It's something much deeper. It's something that you can't just get from a CGI class.
Okay. And did I miss a component about ethnic studies? Does it also include the Caucasian culture?
Yes. It goes from all ethnic backgrounds.
All ethnic backgrounds. Okay. Does it touch on at all about LGBT? Or is it just strictly ethnic?
I'm not sure. We've not come across that, but we can get back to you on it.
All right. Because I think we here at Sac City Unified, we like to do things a little different. And I think that we want to maybe think about doing something like race, culture, ethnicity. And then in the culture piece, we can include some of the other things that are involved so that we are more inclusive and more embracing of our complete society, our complete component of what makes us up as a community. So that was my addition to that. And then I'm just going to give some commentary here. And I know that parents we got some people in the background that are kind of unsettled, but I want to make sure that I've seen some people or I've heard some individuals that came from Salinas. I'm also from the Watsonville area. And yeah, and you mentioned, sir, that you went to a high school in Salinas, and I have a dear friend of mine. He has a special place in my heart. That was a counselor over there for the Puente Project. His name is Mr. Elizar Jimenez, or J.R. Jimenez. I don't know if you know him, but I want to give a shout out because he's somebody who I still talk to this day. And he is definitely in support of ethnic studies. And he was working at UC Berkeley and now over at Foothills College. So if you guys need an extra resource, there it is for you. I like the grandparent parent interviews. I found out myself a lot, having gone through that with my daughters and then having to go ask my dad questions or my mom questions and even my grandmother. And when she passed away, I saved my interview with her, and I was able to pull it out and use some of that as part of my eulogy because she had selected me to do that. And so I think it's such a valuable resource and a tool for all of our children to have. And then lastly, it hurt me in my heart to hear some of the comments about how people were not very proud of their culture, not very proud of their ethnic background. And I just want to let you know that every one of you here, each and every one of you, each and every one of us up here, we all live diversity. We all model diversity. You all here today are the best teachers of ethnicity and of culture, and there's nothing at all that you should not be proud of. So hold your heads high, put your shoulders back, and you know what? And be proud of who you are and where you came from. And that's it. Oh, and lastly, I thank you for the book from C.K. McClatchy. If I give it to you guys, can you pass it around to whoever's here from McClatchy and have them sign it for me, please? Thank you.
Member Ryan.
Thank you, President Wu. So I have to begin by thanking the students and allies to students who have come out en masse to support you this evening. I am so incredibly impressed with the level of your sophistication and how articulate you were in making your case. You know, to say that you used both qualitative and quantitative research, that you actually conducted 1,000 student interviews and then used that to inform the priorities that you brought forward to the board tonight is remarkable. And, you know, I am so grateful to you for putting the time and energy into that while you're taking on so much else in your life, and to the mentors who made that possible. I've spoken about my support for ethnic studies in the past. You know, as I shared, one of my favorite quotes is Sankofa, which means in order to move forward, we must look back. And frankly, I think all of the students in Sacramento City Unified School District deserve to have that opportunity. Actually, as I was up here, I took a picture of you all and I sent it to my dear friend Camila Chavez, who is the daughter of Dolores Huerta and the executive director of the Dolores Huerta Foundation. She's at home recovering after the delivery of her second child and had some health issues. And this picture that I sent and sharing with her that we had hundreds of students turn out in a youth-led movement to bring ethnic studies to Sacramento City Unified School District was incredibly encouraging to Camila, and she told me to share with you that it's amazing what you're doing. I will say, you know, as the mother of children who are African American and Latino, and as someone who is committed to having my children go through Sacramento City Unified public education, I want them to have access to ethnic studies. I want them to understand who they are and foster a sense of identity from a very young age. I appreciate the fact that, yes, we have in the past raised issues around workability, around cost, around timeline, And you've addressed much of that tonight. I know that you've looked at other school districts that have successfully implemented this, San Francisco being one of them. You know, San Francisco really undertook this as part of what has been now 6 years as an effort, and another 5 years until they get this to the level where all schools are seeing this as a graduation requirement. But there are tremendous lessons learned, and we have the community allies to make it happen in Sacramento. And frankly, I want to see us leading the way in doing this. Finally, I just want to speak on the dress code issue very quickly. Elizabeth Berry, you have such a powerful voice. And to be a young woman exerting your voice in the way you did, to talk about how dress code and a lack of training for campus monitors is often shaming young women around their body image resonated deeply with me. I often saw in high school, and I went to El Camino High School here in Sacramento, that young women would be pulled aside, and young women who just happened to be a little more full-figured than the same women who were wearing the same outfits but were very thin. And it was incredibly discouraging and humiliating. And in fact, when we're facing an epidemic of 3 in 4 young women having body image issues and 1 in 4 actually having eating disorders, we have to do everything we can to reverse that troubling dynamic. So thank you for the courage of your voice and for calling out some very real solutions. So finally, I just want to say I look forward to continuing to work with you. I know I am the liaison to the Student Advisory Council, and I'm so proud to be that. But I'm also the chair of the policy committee, so please use me as a resource as we try to move some of this work forward.
Student Member Saito, your button is on. Would you like to address? No, she pushed it.
Goodness, I don't even know where to begin. I guess I would like to thank my fellow SAC Executive Board. I've seen all of you work so hard throughout the year, and hey, this is where we are now. Look where we are. It's quite amazing, and I don't know if it comes much from coming from me, but I am so proud of you. I'm so proud of us and where we've gone. I'd like to also thank everyone, all of the members here in the audience who have come here to support us. And, well, not just ethnic studies, but also dress code and college and computer resources. They've made an outstanding effort, and I can't believe that Youth Voice has gone this far. Throughout my entire life, I felt like I've never really had too much of a voice or a say in my education. But after being here on the board and after being here tonight, I've never felt so empowered. I've never felt like I've had so much of a say in my life before. And now, just being here is just a great experience. And I'm so proud of us. Thank you very much.
Member Arroyo.
Thank you, President Wu. I won't belabor all the pride that we feel for our young students, and we definitely have a good future ahead of us with you leading the future. But I just wanted to commend and give acknowledgement to student board member Sami Saito for her leadership in bringing this resolution to the board, and definitely, we will be working closer with you on this. But congratulations and thank you.
Second Vice President Hansen.
Thank you. I'll also keep my comments short. I was very happy to see that you're proposing to merge this into an existing requirement. My only consideration would be, I know there's so few opportunities to take elective classes. I would hate to see that scrunched ever more. The legislature loves to try to put requirements year after year after year on what should be required, and there's 1,000 things that should be required. This is very important, so I'm glad we're going to prioritize, and I'm glad you made a very thoughtful presentation and gave us a good recommendation on how to make sure it fits in and allows students to still have the diversity of classes that they need. For myself, my mom was adopted, so I know nothing about her side of the family, nor does she. My his father abandoned him when he was 3 years old, so I know nothing about that side of my family. So I laugh sometimes, but it's probably because I'm a little hurt. I just say I don't have a family tree, I have a family shrub. So it's, there's nothing there. So I've always enjoyed learning about other people's cultures because I really don't know what mine is, and I think it's very valuable. It gives you a sense of yourself that you'd never know otherwise, and I was really excited to see the quote that you had. It said, "No history, no self," and then you said "no history" with the KNOW. and know self. I mean, that was very powerful. So thank you for your presentation. It was excellent, and I also concur that I'm very glad the superintendent made the statement that we're moving forward, and we're all looking forward to working on this. So thank you very much.
Member Cochran?
Thank you, President Wu. I'd like to address the ethnic studies issue. I'd like the audience to listen for a second and raise your hand. Raise your hand if you speak a language other than English in your home. I'd like to have everybody take a look around and look at the impact of our multicultural life on our society. Thank you. Raise your hand if you feel like perhaps you're not part of mainstream America or mainstream history in the United States. Again, take a look around. This is who we are as people. Thank you. Sacramento is, thank you, Asami, for pointing out that we are the second most diverse city in the country. I want to keep our city safe. I want us to love each other. I want us to work together. I don't want our city to have any of the problems that have been so much in the news lately. And I think ethnic studies is one of the best ways we can do this. I'm a Northern European sister, and I say yes to this program.
Thank you, Member Cochran. Vice President Pritchett.
Thank you, President Wu. I thank you for coming out to give us this presentation tonight, and I echo many of the comments from my board, so I won't repeat them with the time allowed. But I do just want to thank you and for being the advocates for our students. I, too, have a daughter that goes to Rosemont High School and is a junior this year. So I, especially with the dress code, I visit many of our high schools, and I see how many of the kids are dressing. And I wonder often, actually, that we have to start from the top and show an example. And it seems to me like many of our high schools have become kind of relaxed a little bit and allowing the kids dress the way they do. Which is why many schools have gone to, not in our district, but many schools have gone to dress code because of that. And I'm not saying that I think we should go to dress code, because I think that dressing the way you want expresses who you are. But I do just want to make a quick comment to the superintendent that I hope that you rely on us board members as well when we start bringing up these issues of the dress code and reaching out to us. So thank you again for coming out and bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, and I want to thank all of you. I look forward to the next steps. I look forward when you come back in as we develop these programs. I look forward to your voices again. I think they're very, very powerful voices. I feel like Second Vice President Hansen and Member Arroyo, that our future is secure knowing that you will be part of that leadership. And I, too, agree that no history, no self, no history, no self. And that was a very, very powerful statement. So I look forward to you all coming back. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 7.2. Because of the length of item 7.1, we're going to postpone item 7.2. Unfortunately, the presenters had to take their children home, and they're going to bed. Sorry. Item 8.0, public comment. Mr. Ross.
We have 60 comments on 8.0.
Hey.
61, excuse me.
I'm going to exercise the prerogative of the chair, and I'm going to limit comments on public comments to 1 minute. 2 minutes will keep us almost to the time we have to adjourn. So with your leave, I ask you to trim down your comments, make them brief. Well, I think we'll understand where you're coming from, but this is still public comment. 1 minute, okay, Ms. Saito? 1 minute for the comments. All right.
If our first 5 speakers can please line up behind the microphone in the order you're called. Maria Flores, Masome Gulam, Gital Bai, Shawal Kawar, and William Ivy.
I promise I won't bite.
Do I start?
Go.
Hi, my name is Gito Bhai. I'm from Luther Burbank High School. My issue is Casey. We've heard that there's no more opportunities to take Casey anymore, and now we don't know if we're gonna able to graduate or not, get the diploma or anything. We want to know like what we can do next. What's the step we could take next? Our counselors told us that we could take tests in June or the May one we took and graduate in fall. But now you guys just have suspended it for 3 to 4 years. There's no Casey. So we don't know what to do. So can you guys do something about it and tell us what's our next step to do this? I've also heard that there's a law in U.S. that you have to go school, and why should we go to school when there's disappointment at the end, when you don't get diploma, when you don't get to walk the stage? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Masume Gulam. I'm a senior at Luther Burbank High School. I'm here for the Casey, and I have this issue for the English learners that they cannot pass the Casey when they cannot even speak the English, and then they still let them to take that test, and then they cannot graduate the high school. And then I have this question: if we cannot take the Casey again, if we not pass, so how we gonna get the diploma, or can we walk on the stage at least for this year? And this is my question: how I'm gonna get my diploma? I don't want my 12 years just waste for nothing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Flores. I am senior for Luther Burbank, and I work about the Casey too. Like, I have a friend, they want to go for year 2 college, and they don't care because, like, about the in university they need a diploma, and I see like no more. I can hear no more Casey, and I have a question like, what about when I get the diploma if I don't take again the Casey?
Hi, my name is Shawal Kawar. I'm senior in Luther Burbank. I'm an English learner, and I haven't passed the English Casey. So I wanted to say, like, there's been 12 years I've been to school, and this is the day that most teenagers look forward to. And at least if we can't get the diploma without passing the California high school exit exam, at least let us walk on the stage. This is the day where we spent our 12 years just to look forward to it. And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
While Mr. Ivy approaches, if our next 5 speakers can please line up and prepare to address the board. Dennis Peterson, Greg Thomas, Mario Martin, Velveth Escamilla, Jesus Alonso Escamilla Legalu.
Good evening, board. I'm a student teacher at Luther Burbank High School, and I came here to support ethnic studies, so I apologize. I don't have a prepared statement. I just wanted to offer my word of support for the 4 young ladies. I have seen them all year. I know they work hard. And as a student teacher in the ELD class at Luther Burbank, I know there are hundreds of English learners at Luther Burbank and 1 instructional aide for those EL students. And that is all I have to say. Or actually, again, they work hard. I feel like they should be able to walk this June. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ivy. You're out of order.
Good evening, Superintendent Bonda and distinguished board members. My name is Greg Thomas, and I am
the president of United Professional Educators, and I would like to take my 2 minutes to defer to Dennis Peterson, our executive director.
Superintendent Banda, President Wu, members of the board. On Thursday, May 7th, you listened to comments from SCTA about the administrator at Pacific Elementary. The following day, Dr. Henry was called to the Human Resources and notified of a removal from her site and transfer to the district office. This has the appearance of a connection between the two events. UPE is concerned that you are going down a slippery slope by setting a dangerous precedent, allowing SCTA to influence you in the removal of an administrator. We strongly believe that any monitoring, evaluating, and/or intervention of any kind is the sole responsibility of the SCUSD staff under the authorization of the SCUSD School Board and as outlined in Article 5 of the Collective Bargaining Agreement between UPE and SCUSD. By now, you should have received a copy of a few notes from SCTA to Wenzel teachers. We believe that this communication to members exposes the intentions of SCTA to use their unofficial administrator's evaluation to pressure the superintendent to take actions that in the terms will avoid conflict with SCTA. If this is so, it represents a new low in the relationship between SCTA and your site administrators. We're here tonight to ask that you stand tall and do the right and appropriate thing. From their communication, it is clear that SCTA is going to take the 40% response rate of their evaluative instrument and use it to systematically target administrators for removal. That sentiment was specifically expressed in the letter to Wenzel staff. 2 years ago, Dr. Shana Henry was asked by district leadership to leave her site and move to Pacific Elementary. Then, last year, the district amended Dr. Henry's status from interim to permanent at the request of interim superintendent Noguchi. That placement received the unanimous approval of this board. The record will show that she worked hard to improve the programs at Pacific. Student achievement steadily improved under her tenure. Then what happened? With no due process, no discussion of improvement plan, nor any opportunity for community input, Dr. Henry is being transferred out of Pacific Elementary School. We're here tonight to express our disappointment in the process because we believe that this action was driven outside of the scope of our collective bargaining agreement with motive by SCTA. We believe strongly that Dr. Shana Henry has worked diligently to improve the teaching and learning at Pacific Elementary School and was selectively targeted by those who resisted these efforts. According to the SCTA's own communication, after Pacific, they systematically have targeted Bowling Green, Chacon, then they'll go to Hiram Johnson, followed by 3 or more schools using the exact same tactic. It is my guess that it will not stop there. I ask that you exercise your governor's right and responsibility maintaining your right to hire and fire and not relinquish it to CTA or any other group in the best interest of students and families of the Sacramento Unified School District with all respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Thomas.
Good evening. Dear Board of Education members and Superintendent Banda, it is with great concern for the children and families of Pacific Elementary School that I write this letter. I am a 5th grade teacher at Pacific. I received word that Dr. Shana Henry will no longer be principal at Pacific Elementary School. I was quite surprised to hear such news because Dr. Henry has shown the qualities of an excellent leader. She is a professional educator, organized in her task, an attentive listener who provides constructive criticism to teachers and students alike. First and foremost, she has the best interests of our students in mind at all times. I have seen Dr. Henry address parents, students, staff, and invited guests with the utmost respect. She is non-confrontational, non-condescending, and non-belittling in her mannerisms. During staff meetings and in individual meetings, she is well-prepared and succinct in her explanations of policies, procedures, and expectations. I have equally seen her genuinely listen to staff and address their needs or concerns in a timely manner. However, I am not surprised by the unfortunate action of no confidence. Given the atmosphere of resistance at Pacific, at staff meetings commonly exhibited by veteran teachers, I have heard staff refer to her as the dictator, but have witnessed her do what the teachers and parents expect of her, provide leadership. For example, at the start of the school year, the school decided on a drop-off pickup system. A number of parents and teachers were unhappy with the system. Parents and staff met several times to modify the system. Dr. Henry listened to all stakeholders and supported the changes of the drop-off and pickup system. So, after the first trimester, we had a new system that was agreed upon by staff and parents. Another example that comes to mind is her genuine concern for the students. For example, one of my colleagues, a 20-year veteran, was having problems in her classroom. As a result, Dr. Henry started helping her create her lesson plans because my colleagues lacked this skill. Moreover, this veteran colleague was having trouble with her classroom management. To accommodate her and her students, Dr. Henry hired a long-term substitute teacher to help her maintain control of the classroom. Teachers such as this colleague are ultimately incompetent at the professional task, yet quick to label her a dictator. This is a perfect example of the type of teachers who have consistently shown disregard for Dr. Henry's leadership and equally refuse to provide quality education for students of color. The letter goes on, and I emailed it to all of you guys if you want to finish reading it. I'm going to get off the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Velvet Escamilla. I am an ex-student of Ella Campbell. I have good grades in all my classes. Dr. Henry was a very intelligent principal and teacher. She tells students what is right and what is wrong. Dr. Henry always is at the meetings, and she was always very active. She would always do academic challenges and spelling bees. Dr. Henry would know everybody's names, and she would always say hi to everybody she sees. Everything she has done has a reason, and the reason is because she wants every student to be intelligent and smart. The district says that students are always important and first. So I am telling you, please don't break my heart and don't fire an intelligent principal, my principal. Thank you.
As our next speaker approaches, if the next 5 speakers can please line up: Velvet Leglu, Margarita White, Rosie Garcia, Mina Vincente, and Onita Torres.
Hello, my name is Susis Camilla, and I'm here to talk about Dr. Henry, who I just found out that she got fired, and I feel bad because my favorite principal and my first principal, Dr. Henry, always helped me in my studies, and she always told me to not give up. That was the important person she knew. She even told me that my grades doesn't matter, and what matters most is who I am. What is important is if I keep trying hard, because it will make me a better person. In my opinion, I don't think they should have fired her, because she helped me and she could help the rest of the students that are in my steps right now. Todas las personas que están en acuerdo en que no despiden a mi directora, Dr. Henry, que pueden levantarse, por favor. Everyone who agrees that my principal, Dr. Henry, should not be fired, please stand up, please. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, superintendente y mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Velvet Leglio. Esta noche estoy aquí para compartir con ustedes mi gran sentir sobre el despido de la directora Dr. Henry. Quiero que sepan que yo como mamá tuve una gran experiencia con la directora Dr. Henry. fue una gran directora que en su momento, cuando trabajó en la escuela Edward Kemble, hizo grandes cambios. Subió el API de la escuela, hizo un gran impacto con sus estudiantes y con nosotros los padres. Formamos una gran familia y como familia que todavía somos, hoy estamos aquí, pidiéndoles que nos escuchen, no rompan esta familia. Ustedes siempre han dicho que la voz de los padres es importante. Entonces, hoy es el momento de demostrárnoslo. No solo a esta familia que está aquí para apoyar a nuestra directora, sino a todos los demás papás que forman su distrito escolar. Por último, quisiera cerrar con una pregunta que no solamente yo, sino muchos padres que están aquí y a lo mejor personal quisieran saber. Me gustaría saber si el sindicato de maestros es más fuerte que el superintendente y la mesa directiva juntos. Gracias.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. I've been asked to read in English Ms. Violet's letter to you that she comes tonight here to share with you her feelings regarding the situation with Principal Dr. Henry. She wants you to know that as a mother that she has a very good experience with the principal, Dr. Henry, that she was a strong principal in her time at Edward Kemble, that she made many positive changes. She raised the API at the school. She had a great impact, not just with the students, but also with the families, that the school was able to form as a family. And as family, she is here tonight, that all of the families are here tonight, hoping that you will listen to them. This family coming united, that you have always said to us that the parents are important, and that this is the moment then to show that the parents are important, not just to this family, but to all the families that are here tonight in support of their principal. If not, if you don't listen to us, then who will you listen to? And her question to you that she would like to know tonight is it that the teachers' union is stronger than the superintendent and the Board of Education? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Margarita White. I'm a program manager for the ACES grant currently at Parkway Elementary School. I was previously the ACES grant director at Edward Kimball Elementary School. I was able to be at Kimball for many years before Dr. Henry actually stepped foot at the site. We went through various principals, and it was that school nobody wanted to go to on 29th Street. So I had a first-hand seat at what true leadership does to change the culture and climate at a school site. And it doesn't start with the students. It starts with the adults that are responsible for creating this culture and climate. And as any of you that have supervised other adults, you understand how challenging that work is. A lot of the times we get a lot of pushback from change because they're accustomed to the work that's, parents and communities tend to just accept because they feel that's what you get. It turned from a school of fights constantly to a school that had character counts plastered everywhere. And not just plastered, but owned by the student population. I was fortunate enough to have a child in the process, and then I had considered putting my son in Montessori school. We then retracted that and went to Edward Kimball on 29th Street, the dual immersion program. So I'm currently a mother of a student at Edward Kimball. And my son directly benefits from that climate change. The school that he attends is not the school that I started working at, a couple of years ago, 15 years ago. The school that he attends is the school that Dr. Henry, with her leadership, created. And that's not easy to do. And again, I point out that if you want high achievement, you have to be willing to do the work. And consider that changing administration so abruptly for this community is not going to be good for the youth that attend it. Whether it's strategic for the SCTA, consider the youth impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mina. I'm a first-year parent at Pacific Elementary. This letter is on behalf of Dr. Henry. I'm a parent of 3 children that attend Pacific Elementary. It is very sad to learn about the decision that was made. Being at Pacific, my children have been safe, no bullying. My children have been recognized, and they have been given the opportunity to excel. One of the opportunities which was given to us was an evaluation of my daughter, Emily. Without Dr. Henry placing a team to reevaluate my daughter would not have been given the chance to show her improvement in her education. It also improved, and it showed Emily had a rough time in her previous school. The second opportunity just took place with one of my twins, Jonathan. Jonathan was facing retention. I felt that this situation there was no hope. But with speaking with Dr. Henry and reviewing his test scores, this situation has changed. Now, Jonathan and his twin brother, George, are moving to the next grade. Without Dr. Henry, this could not be possible. Dr. Henry is every child's voice. Thank you, Dr. Henry.
Thank you, Dr. Henry.
Good evening and buenas noches a todos. My name is Rosy Garcia. I am the office manager of Pacific Elementary School. I'm here this evening to express my disappointment in your decision in having Dr. Henry move from our school as administrator. I started working at Pacific about 16 years ago, where I met many of the current teachers that were then new, including Dr. Henry. My own 2 children were students of Pacific, becoming very invested myself in the community, as Dr. Henry is. She was born here, went through Sac City schools, graduated from high school, Kennedy, and continued on to Sac State. Who else but Dr. Henry, who understands our school's challenges? We've had the unfortunate history that Pacific teachers have grieved and complained of prior principals until they were removed, Dr. Henry being the 4th one in 6 years. I ask that you please help us and keep Dr. Henry in our school. Also, if you don't return Dr. Henry, I ask that you at least remove the teachers that have already voluntarily surplus themselves out of our school. So on behalf of Dr. Henry, I'm here to implore that you give her a job.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
If our next 5 speakers can please line up behind the microphone. Edgar Rosas, Renamedios Mendoza, Elsa Juarez, Sofia Lara, and Adalberta Pineda. Thank you.
Good evening, dear board members and Superintendent Banda. My name is Oneida Torres. I am the 2-hour clerk of Pacific Elementary School. I'm here this evening to express my disappointment in your decision to remove Dr. Henry as our administrator. I've been part of Pacific staff and community over 16 years. I'm very happy. I was very happy with Pacific when I enrolled my daughter in our school. Through the years, Pacific Elementary School has suffered tremendously in many areas, one being academics. In the past 6 years, teachers have removed 4 principals. How does this help the students? All I see that teacher complains because they don't want to be held accountable for their teaching. Let me shed some light on parent concern that have been brought to our attention. Students' shoes are taken as collateral when they need to borrow a pencil. One teacher, has a high number of students being injured under her supervision. Personal life discussed in the classroom regarding spouse body parts. There are a number of other concerns that parents and students have. In the office, we work with parents to diffuse situations like these. That will anger parents. If it were your child, will you be upset? I believe so. I would be upset myself too if that was the situation. We have been moving in the right direction for 2 years to change the perception of our school and community. So Pacific is a place where all parents should want their children, no matter what classroom or staff they interact with. I understand change is hard. However, after several principals attempt to move the school and are moved out, maybe you are trying the wrong strategy.
Please help our students and our school by keeping Dr. Henry here at Pacific Elementary. If you don't return Dr. Henry, you should at least remove teachers that had already voluntarily surplus themselves and others that do not want to do their work to make Pacific an extraordinary school. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Remedios Mendoza, soy padre de familia de la Escuela Pacific, de donde desafortunadamente han restituido a la doctora Henry, que ha sido yo tengo 5 años en esa escuela y han tenido ya 4 cambios de director, el cual no nos ayuda en absoluto. Por eso, como nos pidieron opinión para cuando la pusieron ahí, ahora no nos tomaron en cuenta para nada, lo cual estamos suplicando, como representante de ILA y representante del concilio escolar, les suplicamos que por favor nos la regresen, ya que con ella hemos tenido un avance muy positivo, tanto en disciplina como académico en los niños. Y por eso estamos aquí, así como nos pidieron opinión para apoyarla en que llegara, así nos pidan opinión para tomar otras decisiones. Gracias.
The speaker has asked or said that you or staff asked parents' opinion when Dr. Henry was placed at the school, and she asks at a minimum as a representative of ELAC and School Site Council that you ask the parents' opinion before she is removed from the school.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Elsa Juárez, soy madre de una niña en Pacific y estoy aquí esta noche para pedirle al superintendente y a los miembros del distrito que por favor restituyan el puesto a la directora Dr. Henry, porque creemos que con el constante despido de directores está perjudicando el crecimiento y avance académico de los estudiantes de Pacific. Creemos que ella ha traído a Pacific un liderazgo y ideas que van a llevar adelante en lo académico a los estudiantes, y le pido a ustedes, por favor, que restituyan el puesto de la directora, por favor. Gracias.
The speaker is saying that she thinks the constant change at Pacific is harmful to the students, that she has seen the good changes, the positive changes that Dr. Henry has brought to the school, and she's asking as a parent that you consider keeping Dr. Henry at the school.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Education. I'm here today to, first of all, my name is Sophia Lara. I'm a mother of 6, currently 3 children at Pacific Elementary. I am here because I got the news today about her being transferred out, which I totally disagree. I know that parents, we have rights, and as that rights, my voice would like to be heard and spoken, because so many changes have been going on that nobody even cares. She has been the one that has done more at that school than any other principal. If I have a problem with her, I'm those kind of parents that people say, oh, she barks, blah, blah, blah. I'm always in the office, blah, 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 blah. I'm always on top of this. I always follow through. People at the school, everybody in the office knows me because I'm always on top of things. She's one that I can say that has followed up, done what she said she would do. She's totally against bullying. That is something that I can say that no other principal has done and enforced like she has done. So we're just here to say that I disagree, and the mistake, it's sad that because of 2, 3, 4 teachers, my children, other children's education will be affected. Thank you.
Ms. Lara.
Mi nombre es Edilberta Pineda y yo nada más vengo mi nombre es Edilberta Pineda. Yo nada más vengo a decirles que la directora es una gran directora con el personal de la oficina y que por favor no nos las quite. Es todo lo que yo puedo decir.
The speaker says that Dr. Henry is a great principal, and she asks that you please not remove her from the school.
If our next 5 speakers can please line up behind the microphone. Martha Cuellar, Ruth Gomez, Maria Hernandez, Juana Francisco Tomas, and Jose Cuellar.
I guess everybody had to leave for time constraints. But first, before I begin, let me ask the board, which of you had an influential school person while you were going to elementary school? Just raise of hands. Right.
Have your name first?
Jose Cuellar. I'm a volunteer at Pacific Elementary. When this person helped shape you while you were in elementary school, they had an important influence on where you are today. Michael Forbes once said, "The purpose of education is to replace an empty mind with an open one." Dr. Henry has done just that in the 2 years that I volunteered there. She has brought these children amazing programs such as the iReady program and the ST Math program. She has encouraged students to open their eyes towards social things such as gardening potentials and how to feed themselves in nutritional ways. So I ask that please do not feed these kids with ignorance by switching out principles whenever you want. Instead, fill their minds with open and just don't let these kids be affected by the decisions of a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose.
Good evening, board members. My name is Marta Cuellar, and I'm a teacher assistant bilingual at Pacific Elementary. I work with the kids every day. And by removing Dr. Henry from Pacific, I think you're going to harm the kids a lot. She was teaching them how to be respectful, how to be just, and you're not showing the kids that that is really true. Please keep Dr. Henry in Pacific. We need her. Thank you.
Thank you.
As the speaker approaches the microphone, if our next 5 speakers can please line up. Leonardo Zamundio, Shukura Ayulua Umi, Karina Aviles Garza, William Ivy, Rocio Roque.
Buenas noches aquí presentes. Soy madre de la Escuela Pacific y estoy aquí a apoyar a la directora Henry. Y aquí, pues, por la súplica no queremos cambio porque tanto padres y niños estamos contentos con la directora y exigimos que no queremos cambio. Gracias.
The speaker says that she's here as a parent in support of Dr. Henry and that there are many parents and students that are happy with the work that Dr. Henry performs at the school, and she asks that Dr. Henry not be removed.
Good evening, Superintendent Banda and rest of the Stock City School Board of Education. My name is Leonardo Zamudio. I am a third grade teacher at Edward Kemble, and I'm here not only to show my support for Dr. Henry as a former educator serving underneath her, but to offer an objective view of her from the director of the Nonprofit Center of Culturally Responsive Teaching and Learning, Dr. Shiraki Hawley, who has come to this school district, not only to the school district and to our school, to train in culturally responsive teaching. To whom it may concern, Dr. Shana Henry is the embodiment of what it means to be a courageous, innovative, and responsive leader and educator. Her vision and guidance for equity, social justice, and cultural responsiveness has been second to none in the Sacramento City schools from my perspective. In my 6 years of working with the district, Dr. Henry stands out in her commitment to underserved students and families and her belief in her teachers and staff to bring impactful change. My evidence is her accomplished work and our long-standing partnership at Edward Kemble over the past 7 years. Long before the district decided to attempt CLR centrally, Shana had already implemented cultural responsiveness at her school, and her efforts made a significant difference with teachers, students, and parents in CLR. I strongly endorse and support Principal Henry because she is a model of excellence as it applies to bringing change in extremely difficult circumstances. Her type of leadership is desperately needed in urban schools today. Any questioning of her ability, integrity, character, judgment, or passion is sorely short-sighted and further demonstrates why we are where we are in our collective failure to equitable educate all kids. We need leaders who are going to challenge, provoke, and nudge while supporting, guiding, and leading. We need Shana Henry. Respectfully, Shiraki Hawley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Banda. My name is Shakur Umi. Good evening, Board of Education. I'm going to make this quick. I got 55 seconds. Here we go. I first felt connected with Dr. Henry when she exposed me to understanding how the achievement gap is horrific and has terrible repercussions on children of color. I rapidly learned her action plan to terminate the missing skills, in quotation, while still raising the self-esteem of the child the system had previously failed. She is an advocate for children and will stop at nothing to give them a natural, deserving right to be educated, get this, in a loving environment. That's her key term. She literally knows every child by name and can give you their life story in 12 seconds or less. She studies and takes notes of her home environments and attempts to make Pacific a safe and resting place for them. By the way, that's one of our 3 Bs. I work at Pacific. I'm a 6th grade teacher. Anytime a person is asked to take care of an assignment, one can assume some pushback will be given. But Dr. Henry has been exposed to the explicit maximum. I hope you hear me on that. I have quietly witnessed her countless attempts to make the culture here more easy, loving, and grade level focused. Because of her driving force as kids and making sure they have what they need to succeed, she is required to ask more of teachers. I mean, that makes sense. If you want to build a house from scratch, you have to start with the bottom, right? But that hasn't always been the same feedback for the other professionals. People aren't willing to do the work. And I'm just here to say that without her, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't even work for Sac City without her. So I thank her. I hope you understand that she's a huge asset to not only this school, but really this nation. And I just hope you guys hear me on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent Banda. My name is Karina Aviles Garcia. I will try to make this quick to respect your time, so I'll try to make this a fluency test. My name is Karina Aviles Garcia. I'm a teacher assistant bilingual and the coordinator of the intervention lab at Pacific Elementary. I'm also a former student. I'm here this evening to talk about some serious concerns I have. I want to begin by saying that I'm very disappointed by the current situation at Pacific and displeased by the decision you have made. Pacific is a school in great need. We need great teachers and a great principal. I'm afraid that at this point, we lack them both. As the intervention teacher, every 4th through 6th grade class visits my room daily, and I work with the students struggling the most. I wish I could get to every student that qualifies for this, but over half of our 5th and 6th graders are 2 or more years below grade level. The majority of the students have been at Pacific since primary grades. I have had to teach 5th and 6th graders what vowels were. I have had to intervene with the teacher when she was not able to define what a synonym was to them. We have a broad population of students over at Pacific, and having a teacher with the lowest enrollment because parents have removed them, to need an extra person to help teach the class, now that's the problem. I'm afraid you acted on a situation without investigation, and now we are already seeing the impact. This teacher has not brought her students into intervention twice this week. Instead, she is celebrating the decision you made to remove our principal. This is the 4th principal that has been met with resistance to put the best interest of our students and families before our own. In closing, please consider this quote from Albert Einstein. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Garza.
Hi, Board. My name is William Ivey. I apologize. I don't have a statement prepared. I learned about this outside. I subbed at Pacific Elementary School last year after a teacher quit in middle of the year, and I just want to offer my support for Dr. Henry. She held me to high standards. She made sure I had a lesson plan for every single day. She made sure I was meeting my objectives. And I just think that the students at Pacific Elementary deserve the stability that Dr. Henry offers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey.
As our next speaker approaches the microphone, if our next 5 speakers can please line up. Cynthia West Miller, Christian Perez, Adriana Castillo, Javier Ramirez, Modelos Pulido.
Good evening. My name is Rocio Roque. I'm a mother of 2 students of Pacific, 6th grader, 2nd grader. First of all, I would like to tell you guys that we need Dr. Henry back. She's a great person. She's been helping me a lot with my kids. And if for you guys it's important, the education of our kids, we need her back. And another thing, I don't know what was the reason that she got removed. And I'm not going to question this right now. But have you guys think about what's going to be the reaction in all of our kids without her? So please think about it and thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Westmiller. Dr. Henry, when I think about her, she brightens my heart. My grandsons, they both attended Pacific Elementary. One, he got so off track. I always want to throw my hands up. Dr. Henry, oh, no. She kept telling me, she said, no, we're going to do it like this, we're going to do it like that. My husband and I, we're older. The grandson's 11, 13. And she just wouldn't stop to, to find all the sources, everything that we needed, put him in a program to help him to make it along. Eventually, he went to his mom because Papa and I was tired. And when I told Dr. Henry, I said, Dr. Henry, I said, I'm tired. I said, his dad is not here, my son, but his mother is. She said, oh, no, let's not do it. Let's just wait. We're going to do it like this. And I said, Dr. Henry, I said, his time is up. He has to go. Papa's sick. I'm sick. Like I said, with her, she never, ever stopped helping me. She went over beyond. A lot of times I said that she was giving him just a little bit leeway because of Papa and I. And I said, Dr. Henry, if you giving him favor for me or his grandpa, don't do it. She started laughing. He said, oh, no, I'm not doing that. So I didn't know about Dr. Henry until today. Miss Oneida called me and she told me. It saddens my heart. Like I said, she strives on excellence, education. She was just a beautiful person. I always told her, I said, Dr. Henry, I say, you're bad to the bone. She said, what? I said, you're bad to the bone. Don't ever stop doing what you do. So, everybody would be happy if you guys would put her back where she belonged, what she enjoyed. I love her. Everybody, Mr. Martin, Mr. Ivy, Miss Oneida over there. Everybody cared about Dr. Henry. Sweet. Put her back where she loves. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Westmiller.
Yes.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Adriana Castillo. Yo vengo a hacerles una petición. Vengo a pedirles que no remuevan a la doctora Henry, ya que ella es una excelente directora. porque gracias a su escuela y a su plantel educativo, mi hijo Javier es un excelente estudiante, porque ella lo apoyó cuando lo necesitaba, hizo un excelente trabajo cuando lo necesitaba, y gracias a eso venció sus obstáculos. Yo confío plenamente en ella, por eso elegí su escuela para otra vez apuntar a mi hijo, el más pequeño. Yo les pido, por favor, que no la quiten de esa escuela, porque es una persona muy confiable. Mi hijo ha tenido excelentes calificaciones y ella es la que me ha motivado a mí a estar aquí en el distrito y acercarme a ustedes, que son las personas adecuadas para apoyarlos a ellos, a nosotros y a los maestros. Ojalá y escuchen mi voz. Gracias.
The speaker says as a parent that she is very satisfied with the support that she has gotten from Dr. Henry, that she's always gotten the support that she needs. Her older son is doing very well in school and gets good grades, and she feels that it's because of the support of Dr. Henry, and that because of the work of Dr. Henry, she decided to stay in our district and place her second child in the school, and she's asking for you to consider her request tonight.
Hello, my name is Christian Perez, and I am one of Dr. Henry's old students at Edward Kimball Elementary School. I would just like to say that she has and always will be the best principal I have ever had. If teachers didn't believe in their students, she did. She would push her employees, and they would do the best they could. So if they don't like that, they should just choose. They should not have chosen that field of work.
Hello, my name is Javier Ramirez. I have been notified that you want to replace Dr. Henry in Pacific Middle School. I think this is a mistake. When I was in school, in the school Edward Kimball in 3rd grade, my grades were really high until they dropped. I had a minimum grade, just enough to pass, but Dr. Henry wanted me to surpass the school expectations. Almost every week, she would go into my classroom and talk to me during class time to see why my grades were dropping. My teacher, Mr. Samudio, was a superb teacher, but Dr. Henry would also talk to him and explain to him that I needed more attention. Also, not only did she help me, but she would talk to the troublemakers of our class and chat with them. Because of this amazing director, not only did my grades improve, but so did the schools. Edward Kimball became a high-grade school thanks to Dr. Henry. Thanks to Dr. Henry and her little push, I am in 6th grade and about to enter SCS Middle School next year. I truly hope this mistake is corrected and Dr. Henry can keep helping other students accomplish outstanding events. Thank you for listening to what I have to say.
If our next 5 speakers can please line up. Elaine Lander, Zaira Gill, Linda Updegraff, Kendra Updegraff, and Kin Ho Van.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Pulido. Yo soy una mamá de Edward Kimball. Estuvimos por 6 años con Dr. Henry, una directora muy, muy buena. Tenemos buenas experiencias de ella. Una directora que fue más que amiga, familia. Ella conocía a todos los niños por su nombre. Miré que era una directora que puchaba mucho a los maestros, muy buenos maestros, que aún todavía están unos ahí. Y tenemos muchas vivencias bonitas de ella, porque fue una directora que recuerdo una vez que le dije yo, ¿sabe qué? Mi niño va muy lento, lo dejaremos, y me dijo, a mí no me gusta dejar a los niños, tú no me estés hablando de que lo dejemos en reprobado. Yo estoy aquí para levantar a los niños, no para dejarlos caídos. Es una maestra que pucha a las personas a subir, no a quedarse en un solo lugar.
Y me da tristeza que la mesa directiva no la apoyen, porque creo que no la están apoyando en el sentido de que la están haciendo a un lado. Quizás se dejan llevar por algunos maestros. No puedo juzgar, no puedo decir porque no sé exactamente lo que está pasando, pero me da tristeza que ustedes deberían de ver más a fondo qué es lo que está pasando para que la sigan apoyando como una directora buena que es. Me gustaría ver esos logros de ustedes porque yo sé que está en sus manos y que ustedes lo pueden hacer, porque si yo soy una mamá y estoy aquí hablando porque yo sé lo que viví 6 años con una gran directora y me duele que esté en esto y que algunos papás de la otra escuela vengan aquí a pedirles de favor que no la retiren de donde está. Y si ellos están aquí es porque ellos saben qué clase de directora es. Ojalá y escuchen a todas las personas que están aquí y que estamos aquí para apoyarla a ella. Me gustaría mucho que tomaran en cuenta eso.
The speaker says that she was a parent at Edward Kemble and she was with Dr. Henry for 6 years and was very satisfied. The parents were very satisfied at the school with the work that she did. She told a story that one time the mom was thinking about having her son stay back or be retained, and that Dr. Henry said, no, I don't leave any children behind, that we move all children together. That Dr. Henry was more than a principal, that she was a friend, she was part of the family, and she asks that you listen to all of the parents from Pacific that are here tonight, that they know what a strong person she is, and that if the parents can make a difference, that she hopes that the Board of Education can consider their requests and make a difference as well.
Good evening. My name is Elaine Lander. I am the program coordinator at Food Literacy Center. This is Brenda Ruiz. She is a contract teacher at Pacific Elementary for our organization. We inspire kids to eat their vegetables through cooking and nutrition programs here in the district. We serve 5 of the schools in this district that are of the highest need, including Pacific Elementary. Programs like ours are imperative to the growth and the health of our students. Studies show that cooking is the fastest way to get kids to eat their vegetables. And if anybody's had trouble getting their kids to eat their vegetables, I know that we have. After 3 months of our food literacy education, though, 92% of our kids tell us that healthy foods taste good, and 70% tell us that they have gone home to ask their parents to have the fruits and vegetables they've tasted in food literacy class. The longer the kids are in food literacy class, the more we see behavior change. The program like ours at Pacific Elementary is imperative in terms of changing our students' health and the future of our kids. Dr. Henry has been a firm supporter of our program, and we ask that you consider her leadership qualities as you look for new leadership at Pacific, and consider the supports that are necessary to keep critical programs like ours alive. Thanks for what you have done for our students in prioritizing healthy eating.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Zaira y solo estoy aquí para decirles que la experiencia de tener en la escuela Edward Kemble a la directora Henry fue una experiencia maravillosa. Es la mejor directora que mi familia ha conocido. Conocí a todos sus estudiantes como hijos y su característica principal, aparte de todas las cualidades que tiene, es que para todo nos pide nuestro mayor esfuerzo. Y estoy segura de que esto hace que su trabajo sobresalga. Papás, maestros y estudiantes estaríamos felices de tenerla de regreso a nuestra escuela, pero ahora mi petición es que la regresen a la escuela Pacific, porque estoy segura que con personas como ella nuestros hijos serán unos hombres con un futuro prometedor. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Aaron Bernardino. I'm a student at Cesar Chavez. I was a Dr. Henry student when I was in 2nd grade, and from the first day of school, she was out there saying hello and welcome, and she knew everyone by their name. And when they told us that they were going to move her to Pacific, everyone was really sad. Nobody wanted her to leave, and now I'm disappointed that some teachers just want to get her out of school. So I'm here to say that please don't move her out of school.
The young man pretty much reiterated what his mom said. The mom said that Dr. Henry was a marvelous principal, that she knew all of the students by name, that it was a wonderful experience. The families were all very sad at Edward Kemble when she was moved to Pacific, and she's here to encourage you, along with the parents from Pacific, to consider keeping Dr. Henry at the school.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Linda Updegraff. I'm here with other parents. Actually, there was 20 other students that had to go to home because they had to do homework. And parents are here from the West Campus. I'm on the board of the executive West Campus Band Boosters. I'm here to ask the board to exempt our band kids from PE. I just found out 2 weeks ago, that my daughter, a high achiever, as all these kids from West Campus, has to take a full year of PE in her senior. Yet counselors are telling seniors to take rigorous courses to compete with others for their future at colleges. As we all know, it's a very competitive world in the college arena. In researching, it states under the California Department of Education Code the following: may a student be granted physical education, PE course, credit, or an exemption under Education Code 51242 for participation in marching band. And it says yes. And credit and exemptions are local school district decisions. So it's a local decision to implement this. Our request is simple. Will the board grant exemption for these band students? Otherwise, they will be forced to give up AP classes and other high-achieving classes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Madeline Campbell, and I am a junior at West Campus High School, and I'm also in the marching band. I have been in the marching band for 3 years. And I would just like to say that this year they told me that I wouldn't be able to graduate because I didn't have my PE credit, and then they also told me that I would have my PE credits because I took 2 semesters of sports. I was in cross country and I lettered in varsity. And it's really disturbing to me that we all just really want to achieve and we want to do our best. And we want to take high achieving classes. And this is stopping us. And you say that you support music, but by not passing this, it's hindering us. And I just really want to let you know that this is serious and we're all very concerned about it. And even Asami is in band with me, and she's part of this. And I have Carly, who's also in yearbook, who doesn't have her credits, and Kendra, she doesn't have her credits either. And I just want to make this clear to you that this is something very important to all of us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kinho Van, and I have a freshman and a sophomore that's both in marching band. And believe me when I say they come home from practice exhausted. And that's because they're out there doing exercise. And for me to find out when my daughter participated last year as a freshman that she was not going to get PE credits, I was very, very hesitant to allow her to take marching band. But I understood that it would open her up to a different world because she's very shy. So when she started participating in band, it helped build her confidence, her social skills. And for my son, it built up his leadership skills. They both started trusting people more. It developed teamwork, but they are exercising. And these kids at West Campus, there's a total of 864 kids. And I don't know if you guys were aware that West Campus was rated for California 83 out of 2,199 schools for all of California. And nationally, we were rated 426 nationally out of 21,000 plus schools. And out of the 864 kids, 76% of those kids, that's 657 students, take AP classes. because we are so small. It's very hard for them to take marching band and continue to take AP courses. And on top of that, kids that want to take Project Lead the Way, my son's in Project Lead the Way. It's a 4-year program. It's a 4-year commitment. He can't take AP courses if he wants to stay in marching band. So he's made a decision to not take an AP course next year because he's focusing on engineering and science. And he wants to stay in marching band and continue with the marching band for all 4 years. So it's very important. I believe education is more important than PE. PE is great. We need it for the kids, but there's other ways that they could achieve that. They're doing extracurricular activity. They're playing tennis. They're playing cross country. So there's other ways to achieve PE. So I'm here to ask for you guys to consider to exempt PE as a requirement for kids to graduate. Thank you.
Good evening, President Wu, Superintendent Banda, and board members. My name is Maria Harrell Sullivan, and as you know, I wear many hats in this district. Today, I am just merely a parent for West Campus, and my child is also enrolled in marching band. As I am sure you are aware, West Campus, like she's mentioned, academically, they've done a fantastic job. We have over 800 kids, and 60% are low income, 80% are minorities. Even with those things that our kids have to deal with, we have a 100% graduation rate, and 100% of our kids are English and math ready. Our teachers and administrators are dedicated to our students and work miracles with very little resources, as you know, that we receive. However, the PE situation is something that we cannot deal with on the site level, considering that West Campus only has 2 PE teachers and a very, very, very small gym. Our parents and students are very concerned. And as she'd mentioned, our band was all here, and as you notice, we've all left. Our kids are in AP classes and very high achieving classes. They couldn't stay because they had to do homework. But I just want to make sure to make it clear that our kids are going to graduate. They're going to college. They may not get into the college of choice because they had to give up their AP class because of PE credit. I supplied you with the FAQ questions from the CDE. The CDE has lined out 5 exemptions that our children will qualify for. We should be able to approve these exemptions for our kids so they can both take take marching band and be exempt from PE. And I would actually like to remind board members that this isn't just Gustavo's problem just because West Campus is in Area 4. Each one of you has a parent who attends West Campus. So please, I implore you, look after our kids. We need to have those exemptions passed. And, okay, that's pretty much it. I was going to have the kids stand up, but they're not here. We've just got the ones that have left. What? Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kendra Updegraff, and I'll make this brief. So I am a 3-year wrestler at West Campus, and I'm planning on doing it next year as well. And next year, I am planning on taking several AP courses and joining the cross-country team. And currently, I am down a PE credit and am being hindered from graduating next year. And we're trying to recruit people for marching band all throughout the year, and whenever we bring this up to new freshmen or new sophomores or anyone, they're all, oh, we can't join marching band because we need PE. And we talked to a bunch of people, and they all say the same thing. They don't do marching band because they need that required PE credit. And over the years, the marching band, how many people have been joining has been decreasing steadily. And last year we had about 50 some odd people. This year we're down to 30, and we don't know how many we're going to have next year. So I just want to make clear that by not giving this exemption to marching band people, you are discouraging the art, the music, and the whole program of the marching band. And so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carly Whiff, and I am a 2-year yearbook student at West Campus High School. And in addition to the band members who are seeking exemption from PE, many of the yearbook students are also suffering a similar problem. There are only so many options that students at West Campus are given to participate in extracurricular activities, along with pursuing more rigorous academic courses like AP classes. Personally, I only have 1 year of PE, as do many of my fellow junior students. Many of us would like to take AP courses next year. My choice was going to be AP Spanish. However, I was told I could not take this class because I still needed a year of PE. And to me, this is an issue because it's stopping students from challenging themselves on a more intellectual level. It is easy to be able to educate students on the importance of fitness, I believe, within the 1 year that we have taken PE. And I think it's also up to students to educate themselves on the proper lifestyle that you should lead to keep yourself physically fit as you see fit. And I think it's very important that we take into account both the arts and academics to create a more well-rounded student at West Campus and every other school. Therefore, I believe it is extremely important that we get this exemption from PE for the students who are trying to graduate. Thank you.
Superintendent, can you give us a timeline of when this will be coming up on a board agenda?
We're talking about the PE
Yes.
exemption? I'd have to defer to staff. I know that we've had discussions around it, and they were actually doing that as part of their work around PE.
So, excuse me. We are going to convene a committee comprising of both SCTA and UPE to address the criteria for the exemption in order for us to determine how we will utilize the 16-year-old exemption, and we will then bring that back to the board. In the interim, per the BC that was sent out last week, we will grandfather students who are seniors this year, who are in similar situations that were just cited by the students. However, for next year, we've already begun working with principals for them to be able to provide multiple opportunities for students to be able to gain those credits. But between that, those are, if you want to say, the low-hanging fruit, but we are working with, or will be working with SCTA and UPE to bring to the board the criteria for utilizing the 16-year-old exemption.
What does the timeline look for?
So we will be reaching out to SCTA and UPE to get representatives, and as soon as we're able to do that, we will begin the work, knowing that we're going on summer break shortly, so it will probably more than likely not begin until the fall.
Can you keep us apprised of that information and maybe invite us to attend one of those meetings?
We'll do both.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Mr. Ross, where'd he go?
Our next 5 comments are from Gloria Fino, Jose Garibay, Nora Barraza, Patricia Enriquez, and Pauline Marie.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Nora Barraza, soy padre de familia de la Escuela Chacón y por lo que están mirando ahorita, todos los padres que nos están apoyando ya se fueron, ya no hay nadie. Padres de familia de la Chacón, por favor levanten la mano los que estamos aquí todavía. Esto es una falta de respeto para nosotros, pero ni modo. Lo único que vengo a pedirles es que por favor queremos un director que trabaje con los maestros, que trate bien al personal de la escuela y que no les falte el respeto, más que nada las personas de la oficina, que por favor esté en primer lugar el aprendizaje de nuestros hijos, que eso es lo único que queremos nosotros, un principal que respete a los niños y a nuestra escuela. Y si no nos ponen atención esta vez, que estamos aquí, los pocos papás que estamos,
creo que vamos a hacer otra cosa nosotros para que de verdad se escuche nuestra voz. Gracias.
The speaker says she's here as a parent from Chacon School, and she's asking that the school be assigned a principal that respects the students and the office staff at the school.
Buenas noches. Good evening. Yo estoy aquí también representando a parte de los papás de la Bowling Green, porque no, los que vinieron ya se fueron. Porque sí, creo que sí, también lo que dijo la señora fue una falta de respeto, que perdieran tanto tiempo con las otras dos personas antes que los que estuvieron aquí, tratando de que a lo mejor nos íbamos y no hablamos sobre lo que venimos a hablar, sobre el director. No es una guerra de pelea contra el director ni los maestros, es que los papás ya nos cansamos de que ese señor, que lo pusieron como director, maltrata a los niños ya últimamente. Ha habido muchos casos donde por culpa de nosotros los papás se desquita con los niños y eso no se me hace justo. O sea, que sea valiente y hable con nosotros. Aparte es mentiroso porque nos dice cosas que nosotros no le decimos. O sea, a mí me lo ha dicho, yo he hablado con él y luego después me lo niega delante de personas que están ahí escuchando lo que hemos hablado y él lo niega y no es verdad. Entonces queremos por favor que ya hagan algo. Quiten al director. Él cuando llegó a la Bowling Green dijo que la Bowling era nada más un escalón para llegar al distrito. Entonces tráiganselo aquí y así ya todos estamos contentos. O sea, si él quería llegar aquí, tráiganlo por favor. Gracias.
The speaker says she's a parent from Bowling Green, Chacon, and that, again, she would like a principal who respects the students, a principal that is all times truthful, that she says that she feels that the principal is not always honest with her, and that when the principal came to the school, that he said he came to the school as a stepping stone to come to the district, and that she's asking, along with the other parents who aren't here, that if it was to become a stepping stone to come to the district, could we assign him to the district now?
Buenas noches. Soy una madre más de la Bowling Green Chacon que vengo a pedirles que nos manden otro director. Hace muy poco tuve una muy mala experiencia con él. Soy madre de una niña de primer grado y me la castigó de ir a un paseo. Mi hija tan gustosa que anduvo vendiendo sus chocolates para ir a los paseos, nomás por el simple hecho que en la línea cuando estaba formada puchó otro niño y fue el motivo y la actitud que él tomó para castigármela de ir al paseo. Gracias y esperamos su ayuda.
The speaker is asking similar situation, saying that she's the mother of a first grader at Chacon, and that there was recently a situation where she feels that her child was disciplined inappropriately, and that it wasn't the child's fault, and she's asking that you consider the principal at the school.
If our next 5 speakers can please line up. Yova Ayala Santa Maria, Cristina Enriquez, Alma Arco, Tina Nagar, and Nikki Malevsky.
I too am a parent from Bowling Green, Chacon. My son is on the autism spectrum. He has an IEP in place and he has additional adult support. In the month of April, he ran off campus twice, through McCoy, all the way onto Firm Bacon. I did not receive a phone call from Mr. Kramer from that incident. 3 weeks later, he ran off again through the exact same door to the exact same spot. Luckily, the first time there was someone there from Learning Solutions who stopped him and was able to reunite him with his aide who was frantic looking for him. And then the second time, there were students from Firm Bacon that were in PE, and they were able to stop him, and he was able to come back to school. I had asked him, since the second time, if there could be a door that could be locked, because there is a door there that has a lock, and after 3 weeks, and to this day, that door is still open, and it is not locked. I have an email that says that the principal from McCoy is resistant to closing the door, And to me, that is not acceptable. This is my child's safety. This is my child who has an IEP in place, who has special needs, and nothing is being done. So if nobody is doing anything and something happens to my son, who is going to answer for him? Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alma. Yo también vengo a representar a la Escuela Chacón. Yo estoy muy indignada. El martes sucedió un incidente con el director. Regañó a mi hija, pero no la regañó de una forma correcta, sino que ya le estuvo gritando. Mi hija, yo siempre le he dado la confianza de que siempre lo que pase, ella me lo haga saber. Llegando a casa me hizo saber lo que había pasado. Yo al otro día fui y hablé con él y me dijo que él me dijo que no le había gritado a la niña. Bueno, sabíamos que íbamos a tener esta reunión el día de hoy. Dije, yo voy a hablar con ustedes, con el distrito, porque yo no estoy de acuerdo. El día de hoy volvió a pasar otro incidente con mi hija, que le dijo que ella era que él la agarró en la hora de lunch y le dijo que ella era una mentirosa y me la hizo llorar. Entonces yo no estoy completamente de acuerdo con las acciones que está tomando el señor director. Hay muchas cosas que no nos gustan a todos los padres. A lo mejor ya no estamos todos los que deberíamos de estar en la escuela. ¿Por qué? Porque ya todos se fueron. Estamos desde las 6:30. Pero los que no estamos de acuerdo, estamos aquí. Los pocos que estamos aquí, exigimos a ustedes que son los altos funcionarios del distrito escolar, exigimos que nos quiten a ese señor, porque la verdad no nos sirve para nada. A la hora de recoger nuestros hijos, lo único que nos sirve es para abrir la puerta y hasta a veces nos azota nuestra puerta de nuestros carros. Creo que no se nos hace justo. Mi niña no quiere regresar a la escuela, llegó llorando porque el señor la regañó. Eso a mí no se me hace justo, y si ustedes no piensan tomar acción, yo voy a tomar acción legal. Voy a tener que demandar al director. Muchas gracias.
The speaker says that she's here tonight because she's not in agreement with the actions of the principal at her child's school, but earlier this week on Tuesday, there was an incident where the principal disciplined her child, and the mother feels that he did not do it in a respectful way, that he yelled at the child, and she went and talked to the principal, and she said then that the principal called her child in and told her child that she was a liar, and that she's coming to you tonight as the highest authority in the school district, asking you and begging you that you consider taking action with the principal, and if you don't, that she will consider legal action.
Hi, I'm from Bowling Green, Chacon, and I had an incident with the principal. He screamed at me about a month ago because I had a problem with a little girl because I work in the cafeteria. I told the little girl to scoot over, then she told me to not touch her and not touch her food. She said that she was going to tell Mr. Kramer that I was touching her food, but I was never touching her food, or I was just telling her to scoot over because a boy was standing and eating his food standing up. And then this Tuesday, Mr. Kramer also yelled at me. And then today I had another incident in the morning recess at 10:10 in the morning. Mr. Kramer called me up outside and he told me that my mom went and complained that he screamed at me. And I said, yeah, because I've been having problems with him. He's been yelling at me. And I don't think this is right, mostly for the students. And my friend has the same problem.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Enriquez, and I'm a 6th grader in Bowling Green, Chacon. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about what's been going on. There has been a lot of issues with the principal according to many students. Some of the students have gotten food. It's all been about the food, and some students have gotten food poisoning because of it, and others have gotten to almost drinking spoiled milk. There's also been a lot of issues because of the way he communicates with some students, like screaming at them, and I personally think that's not okay. The principal is supposed to make the students feel better and not upset them. And what is even more disappointing to us students is that when we reach out to an adult and they try to confront him about it, he denies it. And something I've learned with all the teachers is that you have to treat others like you want to be treated. So if he wants respect, we will gladly give it to him, but we want some too. And I just think that we should have a principal who is fair, honest, trustworthy, and takes action when needed. And that he takes responsibilities that come along with being a principal. And thank you so much for taking the time to hear me.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Tina Nagar. Es muy triste tener que escuchar de nosotros, de la escuela Bowling Green, que nuestro director no nos apoya. Y más que no apoye a los padres de familia, más que la problemática que haya con los padres de familia, creo que lo más importante es lo que está haciendo con nuestros hijos. Hace 2 semanas aproximadamente, el señor aquí presente, Arroyo, fue a nuestra escuela, donde un grupo de unos 100 padres de familia estuvimos ahí. Creo que no le alcanzó el tiempo, 2 horas y media no le alcanzó el tiempo para anotar todas las cosas que teníamos que decirle. Así que ahora los que quedamos, pues bueno, ustedes se darán cuenta que tuvieron que pasar niños aquí. Ahora a ellos son los que les van a tener que preguntar lo que está haciendo este director. Quisiéramos que la directora que acaban de sacar de otra escuela la llevaran a la de nosotros. Muchas gracias.
The speaker says that it's a sad moment to be here tonight, feeling as a parent, as a head of the family, that the principal does not respect the parents at the school, but even sadder than that, that the principal does not respect the students at the school. And she said that recently Board Member Arroyo was at the school for 2 hours. Over 100 parents were there to hear and listen, and concerns about the school. And she said it's ironic that tonight there are parents here asking to keep a principal at the school and other parents to remove a principal. And what would it be if you were to put that principal at their school?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Franco, también vengo de Chacón. Yo vengo a también apoyar aquí a los maestros. Es caso contrario de la otra escuela, que qué bonitos comentarios dijeron de su director, que nos haya encantado decir lo mismo esta vez de nuestro director. En cambio, nosotros apoyamos a los maestros porque yo tengo un hijo ya grande que todos mis hijos han pasado por ahí y nunca se había visto todo lo que estamos viendo ahora. El ambiente es pesadísimo que se vive ahí, tanto con los niños, con los maestros, el director. Han de decir a esta niña que pasó ahorita, que se le salieron sus lágrimas, pues cómo será ella, que el director le llamó así la atención. Pero lamentablemente yo conozco a la niña y sé que no es nada rebelde, nada, todo lo contrario. Si fueran ustedes, porque dicen, ay, nosotros vamos y vemos cómo es el convivio. No, si vieran realmente cómo es todo el convivio que se vive ahí con ese director, y qué desagradable. Me gustaría preguntarle a los maestros de la escuela anterior, ¿cómo fue que le hicieron ellos para poder sacar a una directora tan buena como lo dicen los padres? No somos la cantidad de padres que estuvieron hablando a favor de ella, para nosotros decir lo contrario de nuestro director, porque lamentablemente nosotros sabíamos muchos con niños chiquitos. El mío aquí está todavía aguantando y todo, pero nos gustaría ya que no nomás nos escucharan, sino que hicieran algo ya, porque el ambiente que se vive lamentablemente es pesadísimo. Ya los niños, muchos ya no quieren ni asistir a la escuela, y qué triste. A mí qué me costaría cambiar a mi hijo a otra escuela, para estar a gusto y que mi hijo, pero tampoco mi hijo no va a estar a gusto porque ya después de convivir tantos años con sus compañeros, cambiaron nomás por culpa de un director que no se acopló o no sé si no está a gusto con lo que le tocó ahí trabajar. Por eso, pues ojalá y todas las cosas que hemos estado diciendo, aunque seamos pocos padres, seamos escuchados, como el señor Arroyo que fue y nos escuchó, pero no sabemos si realmente se está haciendo algo. Les pedimos de favor que de veras nos oigan y miren qué bonito de los otros papás, que qué maravilla hablaron de esa directora. Wow, los aplaudo, qué bueno que nos mandaran a un director así. Gracias.
Speaker says how beautiful it is that all the parents came from Pacific to speak about their principal and wanting to keep their principal. And wouldn't it be wonderful if the parents from Chacon could come and say the same thing tonight, that the environment at the school is not healthy. It's a sad environment that people have been coming to hear. She's coming tonight to ask you to take action or to consider taking action on all that you've heard from the parents tonight, but also all the parents that were there that night when Board Member Arroyo came to the school. She said she's thinking even about taking her child out of the school to put her child in another school, but that how unfair that would be to her child to move her child from all of his friends and an environment in which she feels comfortable to a new school just because of an adult. And would you consider taking action as you took action with the other principal?
As Ms. Milewski approaches the microphone, if our final 5 speakers can please line up behind the microphone. Ian Arnold, Claude Joseph, Dave Smith, Darlene Anderson, and Grace Trujillo.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Bonda. I'm Nikki Milewski, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And every year, from as long as I can remember, going back to somewhere in the 80s, SCT has awarded scholarships to students graduating from the Sacramento City schools, going on to higher education and training programs. The money that supports these scholarships comes from small monthly donations from teachers here and there all over the district, fundraisers that we do, and we also have several endowments from past dedicated teachers like Frank Toffel, who taught for years at Fern Bacon, and George and Joe Sterlin, who both taught their whole careers in our school district. And I can't talk about our scholarship program without mentioning the dedication of Joe and Jan Matiska of the Kennedy community and adult education. As you can imagine, SCT's scholarship program has helped hundreds of students over the years. This year we'll be awarding 5 $2,000 scholarships and 1 $5,000 scholarship for a total of $15,000. The names of the winners are announced at the senior awards night, so I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I can tell you that they're going to students at Hiram Johnson, Rosemont, West Campus, and Kennedy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Walewski. Welcome, Mr. Arnold.
Good evening, President Wu, Superintendent Bonda, board members. My name is Ian Arnold. I'm a volunteer with Those Angels Foundation. I wanted to start out by saying that initially we had 11 people here to speak tonight, both in the interests of timeliness and because things have changed a little bit since the beginning of the evening. The 3 of us are going to sort of share about 2.5 minutes. As you know, the district voted to surplus a number of buses late last year, buses that cannot be driven in California and were only good for scrap value. We spoke with staff. Staff was very helpful as far as working towards donating those buses for Haitian orphans, victims of the earthquake, homeless kids. We've been working with staff for a number of months to get those buses. A lot of volunteers working with DMV, so we have permission to actually move the buses out of state. Volunteer drivers lined up, shipping companies ready to put them on boats and get them to Haiti. So we were a little disappointed this morning to get an email from BVD Consulting letting us know that we had the same right to bid at auction on those buses as everybody else. So we came here initially to be very upset, but were reassured by Superintendent Bonda and by your Chief Business Officer, Gerardo Castillo, that this was actually an error. And that is not the intent of the school district, and that the buses will, in fact, be offered to Those Angels Foundation for a minimal cost. So we're here to thank the superintendent, thank the board for continuing this process. And I did want to introduce Claude Joseph from Those Angels Foundation.
Good evening. My name is Claude Joseph. I am one of the co-founders of Those Angels Foundation. I am from Haiti. And the mission of Those Angels Foundation is to liberate children living as indentured servants. And what we do is provide them with food, clothes, shelter, and an education. So upon hearing that the district was willing to work with us to donate these school buses to our education program, I was very excited. We've been working on this for many months now, and we did have volunteers tonight that came to speak on the work that we've been doing. So things have changed. So upon hearing the news that we were going to be able to work together to get these buses to the Haitian children that needs them in Haiti, I took the liberty in working with freight forwarders, and we have some volunteers that's saying they're going to be helping us to get these buses out there. I contacted our people in Haiti. They are very excited about these buses. It was disappointing, and I was wondering how I'm going to break the news to them that I received that email saying that these buses were no longer going to be available. So I'm just excited that it was an error and that the buses are going to be available for these children in Haiti. Thank you.
I just want to thank you guys for making the decision and clearing this up so we can move forward with not only ascertaining the buses, but also transporting them to Haiti. So I just wanted to take 30 seconds to thank you for that process. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Superintendent Banda. Other honorable board members, look like you've had some great parent involvement tonight. My concern, as always, is the African American students and where they are actually scoring, and waiting for this district to thoughtfully acknowledge that all parents have a right to know what's happening in this district. I met a young parent, I guess she's in her 30s, but she has 2 kids, both in SDC class. She has 5 altogether. And I looked at their IEPs. They didn't have anything checked there, and they didn't have a complete IEP. They were in the SDC class without any books. I remember some years ago why I filed a complaint against this district, because they were not purchasing books for kids in special ed. And what I found out is the district now writes on the IEP K through 10th grade. The kids' goals are from kinder to 10th. I don't expect those students to have any concrete measurable gains because, quite frankly, their IEPs are not written that way. I would like to see and understand the SELPA. I would like to know how many kids are at grade level in special ed. It is not the teacher's prerogative to not teach children at grade level. Every child who is in special ed has the right to reach grade level content, and the standards must be written towards that. Yeah, there may be some behind in some areas, but if you're not working on those areas in the SDC class, these kids are not making progress. And these 2 children also had a lot of behavior problems, and that was not being addressed either. I would like to understand that we don't just accept the SELPA, that we actually have some data behind the SELPA, and that special ed kids are actually making some progress in this district, because my son is, and I'm an active parent. But I would like to work with those other parents who do not understand they have a right to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Banda. I had a presentation of saying it, and I completely changed it listening to all those principals and the parents. I have to also share my experience, but I'll say a little summary of what I wanted to say. Last night, Sam Brannon received the Golden Ribbon Award, which I was very proud of. Like I said, it's a hidden secret, and it showed. We have a very good principal that makes a huge difference. Also, the Project Green received another award that I think it was a very honorable, because there's only, I think, 100 of them throughout California. 108. 8 of them, I'm sorry. And so I think it's amazing with the staff that we had and all the problems and the climate that we have in our school that these awards were achieved. So my hat goes out to our school and for allowing me to be part of that, to be part of the school side council. But my key thing, I also wanted to talk about the LCAP. Give me a couple more minutes, and since I'm taking Angie's minutes as well too. For the LCAP, One of the key things is they have the lump sum amount of $60 million. I think in the guide, it should have been broken down more into mental health, nurses, rehab benefits, salaries, nurses, supplies, had a breakdown, not just given us an area of educational staffing, professional learning, because I think it's misleading, so I think it should be changed. Well, now I want to give a little bit about the hard change to the culture. I know for me, I'm going to give my own experience of a teacher that I had. That it was a teacher that I basically moved because I knew nothing was going to happen. I addressed it to the principal. I addressed it. They said, Grace, my hands are tied. During that period of time, I had a double mastectomy. I had cancer. And what did I do? I did nothing. I wish I would have filed a formal complaint and indicated why I gave up. Nothing would have happened. I felt powerless and unequal. I think the way for people, if I addressed it to the principal, it went to the superintendent, and that was it. I think something needs to change, because what message are we sending out to our principals, to our teachers, when you have a bad teacher or a bad principal? If nothing happens, it's like people said, it's up to you guys. We come to you for help. It's happened to me and Angie, and what we did was pretty much move schools because we knew we did not have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Okay, we're going to move on to item 9.0, the consent agenda. We have pulled from the consent agenda 9.1D, 9.1F, but with the remainder of the consent agenda, I will accept a motion to move that. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 9.1D. If I could have someone from staff address 9.1D. Approve the local education agency.
My team is joining me.
Thank you, Dr. Rollins.
I apologize for my voice.
But brief.
Would you like? Okay. So each year, approximately every 3 years, the State Board of Education, as required by the federal government, districts throughout California are required to complete the LEA, Local Education Agency Plan, which outlines how the districts are utilizing the federal entitlements, particularly Title I, Title II, and Title III, to address the needs of students. And so we are at the stage where we need to update the LEA plan and submit to the state. That is what is before you. The goals in the plan are determined by the Department of Education, not by the district. However, the actions and strategies that are outlined in the plan are reflective of the work that is being done in the district, as well as the work that is being done via the LCAP committee. So we have ensured, as we worked on both processes, that we were in alignment. Although the goals are different, the actions and strategies are in alignment and are reflective of our overarching goal of ensuring that our students are indeed college and career ready.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, do we have speaker slips?
We have 2 comments on this item from Darlene Anderson and Liz Guillen.
Hi, Darlene Anderson. As a longtime parent who's been involved at the site level and at the district level, I've been trying to understand what direct services for Title I students happen in this district. I know that district-wide services happen and school-wide services. But when I look at American Legion, even though it's a continuation school and only 3% of those children scoring at or above the 50th percentile, I ask myself, why is that school still in existence? What has happened to change things? Nothing, absolutely nothing. They may have a program behind there that saves a few African-American students with the African-American Males Academy program that they have scattered through the district. But in this district, African-American kids are not being successful. They are not thriving, and there is no accountability for that. This is going to be 150 years since African-American students were in the public school system. And as a parent and as an involved citizen for 20 years or more, I've been coming to this district asking for information. I have a right to know. I have a right to know where every student is, no matter what color they happen to be. African-American students are just as important as any other child in this district. And I ask this board to accept its responsibility to ensure that all parents in Sacramento understand. And it's just not acceptable to have the LEA plan on the consent agenda that no discussion happens. None. And that's unacceptable.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Good evening. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Thank you very much for pulling this item from the consent agenda. I was one of the people that asked that it be done. And my reasons for asking were about transparency. As Dr. Olivine just stated, the goals, the plan includes goals that are also in the LCAP. I think it's really important for the LCAP parent advisory committees and other people that are interested in the local control accountability plan understand how the plans to spend federal dollars overlap with the plans to spend state dollars, particularly when you're in LCAP parent advisory committee meetings and the members are asking questions that could really be enlightened by pointing to the LEA plan. I would just close by acknowledging how much work goes into both plans, and particularly the LEA plan as I reviewed it myself. And my request for having it pulled had nothing to do with any critique of the plan itself. I just think it's really important for the LCAP advisory committees to understand how they work together. And I would note that close to $11 million in supplemental and concentration funding is referenced in actions that the LEA plan is covering. And that those are the very actions that some of the LCAP advisory committee members have questions about. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sutherland, you don't have to wait. The hour's getting long. You don't have to wait for it to be called up.
Hi, I'm Angie Sutherland. I just wanted to say this LEA plan is just very complex and very involved with goals and all the federal and state funding. And I noticed that it says that step 2 is to seek input from staff, advisory committees, and community members, including special education, GATE, English language, limited English proficient, etc. And I don't recall this happening on this plan, so it is a little concerning that it's on the consent, or it was on the consent agenda. So thank you for pulling it.
I have no further. Do I have a motion to extend the deadline?
So moved.
I have a motion to what time? All right, to 11. A motion. Okay, I have a friendly amendment to move it to 11:15. Do I have a second? Okay. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Second Vice President Hans.
Thank you, President Wu. I thought it was important that this item also be
pulled from the consent agenda. I appreciate the staff staying so late. I didn't quite appreciate how much extra work it was going to be, just having to wait the 3 hours for folks to make their comments. So I appreciate the extra work there, but obviously that's important work in front of us. Any item I think that is talking about the expenditure of $59 million really shouldn't be on the consent calendar. So maybe what we can do the next time is make sure that we have a more full vetting of this, so there's a better understanding, I think, of all the good work that's happening here. I know only pieces of it, and the only way that all of us are going to get educated on this is to really be able to be more immersed in these programs. Me, like the rest of my board members, I'm sure read through the 130 pages of information here, but you can only learn so much on doing that. And I think when we're talking about an expenditure that is well in 15 or 20% of our entire budget, it just doesn't make sense to have it on the consent calendar, and actually would merit something more substantive. So one, so we can have some input in it too. I mean, I know that I'm sure there's good work happening here, but my fingerprints aren't on any of this expenditure of the funds, and I think it'd be valuable to have more input from the board members in the future.
Will do. Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Wu. I wanted to make a special comment to each and every one of you. I know you provide the information that is provided in this huge document, first and foremost. Secondly, I know that a lot of it is dictated by federal rules, laws that we have to abide by. And we don't have much authority to flex a lot of this stuff. I do agree with the comments of Vice President Hansen in that you all are putting in a great deal of effort to put this document together on our behalf, because we got to approve it, stamp it, send it off. It only serves you good to come forward and talk about it, so that way not only do we get an understanding, but these meetings are publicized or published on television, and we have a lot of audience members that watch it, and they gain a lot of information from there. So I guess my question to each and every one of you is, when you go back to work, probably not tomorrow because you guys have been here all night, but maybe on Monday, if you could just put it on your agenda to have a team meeting and ask yourself the question of, how can we make this process better? And how can we make it more open? And how can we make it more engaging, so that we're not pulling it off the consent agenda, that things are vetted out and discussed, and that members have a level of comfort to approve it, and that we have an opportunity to thank you all for the hard work that you put into this. Thank you.
Vice President Pritchett.
Dr. Robert, the timeline for this, is it possible to take this completely off from voting on it tonight and then coming back at a future board meeting for
Unfortunately,
more discussion?
no, it's due to the CDE. So we may request an extension. We do not know if that will be granted. So it is due to the CDE in order to meet the requirements of the federal program monitoring that was done, thank you, in October.
It was due in October?
No, we participated in the federal program monitoring in October, and as a result of that, we now need to submit a revised LEA plan to the state, and that deadline is fast approaching.
So if we ask for an extension, I mean, how would that work? Let's say we ask for an extension and they say no, then
that's exactly right. Yes.
Then we can come back on when's our next board meeting? The 4th.
We may miss the deadline.
Oh, we actually scheduled a meeting on the 27th. So is it possible?
Pardon?
We scheduled a special board meeting for the 27th.
But for the 27th of
May.
Okay. So,
Just for you to consider the LA plan is a federal guidelines for how to spend the federal funds, and the state really emphasizes a lot in the LCAP plan. That is the state plan. We're doing this to meet the No Child Left Behind, and we could discuss how the expenditures, how we use those funds, but the majority is the state, the feds already tell us what to do with those funds. So it's not a lot of flexibility as we do with the LCAP. So this is, the state wants the LCAP now, but they could not remove this from the Fed still. So we still have to do these both plans. At one point, this was the plan, but now our whole the state's focusing on the LCAP. So I just want you to consider. So the way I see this plan is just like almost like work for. It's important, but it's the main thing for how the state wants us to focus is in the LCAP plan. So just that for your consideration.
to respond to your request regarding moving this until the 27th, we were unaware of that board meeting. So with that piece of knowledge, yes, if we're able to have the board to take action on that day, we will still be in compliance with the state. So that's a possibility. And we're then able to put together a presentation where we can clearly outline each goal and actions that we're taking to address each goal, and also show the alignment to the LCAP, and also address the engagement. We did engage the community on multiple occasions, so we can really go into detail regarding that. So we look forward to bringing it back, if it is the will of the board, on the 27th.
I would ask that our board, I don't know if I need to put in a motion, that we move this until, until May 27th. I just feel uneasy with voting on something without having the process and also I just want to say that with something this big, and kind of echoing what everyone that has spoke about this tonight is saying, like, something this big should show your work and what is going on with it, not being on the consent calendar. So
we will definitely do that going forward. It has been past practice for it to be on the consent, but now that we know the will of the board, we will certainly make certain it is an item that is outside of the consent.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
A motion, you want to?
You can move anytime.
I'm moving the motion. Yes. So I'd like to move that we take up, what item is this? 9.1D. Thank you. I had switched my pages around to the May 27th meeting.
We have a motion and a second. I have speakers identified, so I'm going to call the speakers as part of the discussion. Member Ryan?
Well, I think actually Dr. Roberts answered my question. In fact, to the T, I really wanted to say, in the interest of transparency and empowering our stakeholders with information, I would love it if you would come back with an explanation of the federal guidelines, the process, and then the alignment and interplay with LCAP. And that is exactly what you offered. So thank you, Dr. Roberts. I look forward to having that conversation at the next board meeting.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Just real quick, I did hear a concern from the public comment about not being involved, and I do know that this person is a thoroughly engaged member in our district, a parent member. So if between now and the 27th, if you can just make an effort to outreach to these parent groups that are already gathered, so that you can have a discussion with them, so that when you come forward, you can...
We'll reach out to them again. We've reached out to several already, but we'll definitely do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you. With no further discussion, I have a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 9.1F, Resolution 2844, delegating duty to accept bids and award construction contracts. Ms. Allen.
So good evening. This is a resolution that we bring to the board about this time of year in anticipation of an abbreviated board schedule. So we do this primarily because we have projects that are in DSA in various stages, and as they come out, we like to get them awarded and off and running, and don't really have control over when DSA releases plans to us. So in anticipation of not having two board meetings in July and maybe August, we bring this resolution forward each year. We did put an expiration date on it of August 31st. We have several ERP projects that are still working their way through DSA that are on a timeline, and then our fire intrusion, or excuse me, our fire alarm panel upgrades. Again, as they come out of DSA, we like to get those going as soon as possible. So,
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Second Vice President Hansen.
I know that I had a bit of concern that it seems, we've been meeting pretty regularly every 2 weeks, and it just didn't seem, frankly, that this was necessary. And the fact that it doesn't go into effect till June 22nd, maybe if there's some compelling information that you could provide to us. We have actually 3 scheduled meetings before this was even going to take effect. So if there's something there that you could provide us that would show us why, you've got plenty of time to do that. But I think that we've been having very regular meetings, and I think it's valuable for the board to be involved in the decision making when we're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars that are being distributed by our district, even if it's state flow through money. I just think it's important for us to be fully transparent, and so everyone knows that we're the ones that are involved in the decision making. And I think it kind of goes back to our theme of the day today of the board being involved in the decisions that are happening here and feeling like we're partners in all this.
as long as we've got 2 board meetings a month, we're good to go. If not, I might be knocking on your door for a special board meeting. But yeah, I mean, if I had total control over it, it'd be no issue. But it's as plans come out of DSA, so we'll do our best.
Thank you. So,
I would just recommend that we just keep that item pulled for now.
okay. Concerns?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. We voted on the rest of the consent agenda, didn't we? Item 10.1, approve resolution 2843, designating May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month. Ms. Taylor. Ms. Deckert. What's that? Yeah. No, this takes action. Let them do the presentation.
So, good evening, Board President Wu, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. We thank you for requesting this resolution to recognize May, the month of May, as Physical Fitness Month. The resolution highlights the critical role of physical fitness in leading healthy and productive lives. We know that physical education and the relentless work of our physical educators is the primary vehicle through which students gain an understanding of the importance of physical fitness and, more importantly, develop those healthy habits such as eating right and engaging in physical activity. These habits last a lifetime. Tonight, we had planned for a few of our students and our teachers to present to you just a little bit about the programs at their sites and the impact that they're having on their lives. But we decided to let them go home because of, they have to get to school tomorrow. But Heather Deckard has graciously just thought quickly on her feet and created a video of the presentations that the teachers and the students were planning on giving tonight, and we'd like to share that with you via email or posting on the website. So Ms. Deckard will just say a few words about the resolution.
So our PE programs are designed to help students develop healthy lifestyles and instill with them the skills to be able to do that, whether it's through nutrition or physical activity. And our students and our teachers, we're going to talk about the impact that our physical education classes have had on them personally and also on their sites as well. So I look forward to sharing those videos with you and for you to hear from our students. We had an elementary, middle school, and high school student, as well as physical education teachers and a parent that I've taken video of.
So we actually have the resolution. So resolution number 2843 resolution designating May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month. Whereas the month of May is designated as Physical Fitness and Sports Month in the United States, and whereas research shows that fit and active children are more likely to thrive academically, have improved behavior in school, and better concentration, and whereas moderate daily physical activity can substantially reduce the risk of developing or dying from cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and certain cancers, and whereas the Institute of Medicine and the Department of Health and Human Services recommend that all schools provide at least 60 minutes per day of moderate to physical activity within the school day, and whereas the decline in physical activity has contributed to the unprecedented epidemic of childhood obesity, which has more than tripled in the United States since 1980, and now more than 1 in 3 children are overweight and obese. And whereas teaching children about physical education and sports not only assures that they are physically active during the school day, but also educates them on how to be physically fit, physically active, and its importance for a lifetime. And whereas the social and environmental factors affecting children are in the control of the adults and the communities in which they live. Therefore, this district shares a collective responsibility in cultivating and fostering students that are emotionally, physically, and academically fit. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education recognizes the importance of nurturing healthy, physically fit students and encourages staff, parents, and students and community partners to engage in collaborative relationships that will promote health and health-related activities throughout the school year. So we're asking for the passing of this resolution.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I see no speakers, slips, so Second Vice President Hansen.
I move Resolution 2843.
And I have a motion and I have a second from Vice President Pritchett. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for putting this on the agenda. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Item 10.2, 2015-2016 Governors May Revise Budget Proposal. Verano. Mr. Smith. Where's Dawn?
Everybody's gone. Good evening, President Wood, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. This Tuesday, May 19, staff and Board President Wood attend the Governor's May Revise proposal. Thank you, Mr. Wood, for spending half of your day with us, learning about the budget. Tonight, Mr. Michael Smith and I will summarize the key points of the budget as affect school districts and mainly Sacramento Unified School District. The main purpose of the presentation is to inform the changes that happen from the January proposal to the May proposal. Usually in normal years, there's no much change, only a few items, but this year major changes occur. The economy, in order to understand the May revise, we need to understand the economy. The economy in job growth continues. The stock market has hit new highs. This is create a lot of revenues, but we need to be really careful because we depend on a lot. California depends a lot on the top earners. So therefore, we maintain good fiscal practices and working on reserves. The budget for education. We have a very good budget for public education. Proposition 98 continues to receive the most of our funding. The budget is not a done process. It's not done yet. It will be done until it's signed by the governor prior to June 30. We expect that he will be signed prior to June 30 as the last couple of years. However, the other side of the non-proposition 98 still wants to get a piece of the pie, so we are not done yet. The budget for 15-16 is the highest increase in education ever. You know, we feel like we won the lottery, but like winning the lottery, we need to be really careful how we spend our resources. The governor continues focusing in paying the wall of debt. A lot of one-time funding you will see through the presentation. This slide summarizes the budget for the school districts in one page. So one page is what we present to you back in January and what we have developed the budget up to this point. And this is the yellow highlight is in what was presented in May, and then the difference. It's a total of almost $4.7 billion more for school districts. The majority of the funding is in the local control funding formula, $2.1 billion, and discretionary funds, $2.4 billion. Something that is new in the May revise, we'll notice is that we have a special ed, $60.1 million. As key as what is in the budget is what is not in the budget. Almost all the same things that were not in the budget in January, they're still not in the budget in May. We still do not have funding for the increase in the retirement costs. Almost $5 billion that we need to continue paying out of LTFF fund. There's no funding for transportation. We still receive about 20% less than what we did back in 2007-8. There is no new funding for education, for early childhood education. So we will break down what each item means for Sacramento City Unified School District. As discussed, the May revise proposes an additional $2.1 billion for local control funding formula. This equals to, for Sacramento City Unified School District, about $12.2 million or $333 per ADA. These funds are ongoing, and the gap during January was at 32%. For the May revise is 53%. Discretionary funds one time. Sacramento City Unified District from January to May is an additional $16 million or about $421 per ADA. These funds could be spent for any purpose approved by the board. Apportionment deferrals. Same as January is $1 billion. The governor is paying all his deferrals. This is not new money for us. It just means that we are getting our cash when we're supposed to. At one point in time, we were about 20%. We were having in cash deferrals of up to $9.5 billion. Right now, the governor is paying us on time. Adult education. The governor is still proposing $500 million, same as January. These funds will be allocated based on a new regional consortia that will include community college. The sad part about adult education, we have a lot of needs, but at this point in time, Sacramento City Unified School District does not qualify to receive any of this funding because we did not spend any apportionments back in 12-13. School facilities or emergency repair. Again, one-time funds. The governor still has the same amount as he did in January. Sacramento City Unified School District received $21 million in this year. We do not know or if we will receive any for 15-16. We expect to receive some funds, but we will budget as we receive those since since the purpose is for a specific purpose. We could not move these funds around. If we don't spend it on the project, we need to return those funds back to the state. Career technical education. The change from January to the May revise is that in January we were receiving $250 million each year. The governor changed it to $400 first year, $300 second, and $200 the third year. So it's $900 million more than what's in the proposal. We need to apply for these fundings. There is a requirement match. So this is not something that we automatically get. We need to apply for. Again, they are one-time fundings. He believes that we need more money upfront and less money later because we will contribute those. We will match those funds with them. Technology infrastructure. There is a statewide $100 million again, one-time funds. Sacramento City Unified School District does not qualify for these funds. Most of these funds are for rural school districts to bring more to the technology so the students have access to the internet. Special education. This is one area that is new. In the May revise, it was not in the January proposal. It's 61.
Excuse me, we don't have a quorum, do we?
Where'd everybody go?
Do I stop it? Do I stop it?
This is an
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, and special education is $61 million, and mainly for early intervention, preschool, and dispute resolution programs. At this point in time, we do not know what portion of these funds Sacramento City School District is going to receive. But even again, in here, this includes $10 million as one-time funding. Proposition 30 taxes. We had this slide here before, but we could not emphasize enough that the sales taxes will expire. The state is expecting to receive $8 billion for this fiscal year. Sacramento City is $40 million, so that we could potentially lose $40 million if Proposition 30 funds all go away. Just as a reminder. Again, this funding was, this slide was we showed that before, but it just, we are all happy now with Proposition 30, but we could be really sad when those funds go away. Like I mentioned in the previous slides, we have $40 million that are temporary due to temporary increases in taxes. Cap on district reserves. We believe that the cap on district reserves is really, really wrong. You know, it doesn't make sense that we have a local control on the expenditures, but we don't have local control on the caps. It just, local control is local control of the whole budget. That's how we see that. You know, under the law, Sacramento City Unified School District is 2% or about 8 days of payroll. The next steps, we will be back to you. As mentioned at the beginning, we will, this is just for information, just to show you the changes between January and May revise. We will be back on next week, May 27, to get ideas how we can use these funds. We will continue monitoring the state budget. We are not done yet. We will follow the OLCAP process. As of now, we had a public hearing. We were expecting the public hearing for June 4, based on the decisions from the board and the next week meeting. That could possibly change. We might need to create an additional meeting in order to have the adopted budget prior to June 30. We must have the budget approved prior to June 30. Our closing task is the governor has given us a lot of one-time funds for the school districts. The majority, it is one time. And you see through the whole presentation, that was a team. We need to really be tough on how we use these funds. We need to use those for one-time purposes, paying our debt. The governor is paying our debt. We feel we need to pay a portion of our debt too. Just 3 years ago, we were in fiscal distress, and this year we do not expect that we will receive this funding ever again. It's winning the lottery. Just in normal years, school districts get about 40% of the increases in revenue. This year, we are getting 90%. And thank you for your time. I know it's very late. Mr. Smith and I are here for answering any question. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? All right. Do we have any board members that would like to speak on this? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait till our next meeting.
Next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Item 10.3, I believe it is. 10.3, traditional school attendance calendar 2015, update and future school attendance calendars.
Good night, good evening, good late evening, Board President Wu, Superintendent Bond, and board members. My name is Concy McCarn, and this is Cindy Nguyen, our Employee Relations Director. And we were asked to share about the calendar development process for both the 2015-16 calendar, which you approved at the April 9th meeting, and to just talk about where we're at. So the calendar development process is one in which we work with bargaining partners, as well as take a look at requirements set forth by CDE, and of course working towards, sorry, it is late, working towards multi-year calendars. When we brought forward the agreement with SETA in the contract in October, there are two sets of language that are identified there for you. Our intent at that time was to do a multi-year calendar, to have a 14-15 calendar and to have a 15-16 calendar. Because of the requirements of CDE that our instructional days be increased to 180 this year, there was a need to go back to collaborate with our union partner and to come up with a calendar that addressed that need, as allowed there in that second part of that language. The goals that were before the team that negotiated this was a desire to begin prior to Labor Day in an effort to offer the district these added benefits, including increased student enrollment retention periods, adding more instructional days prior to standardized testing, improving the timeline for hiring and recruitment, better aligning with our surrounding districts, and of course, again, to establish a multi-year calendar. This is difficult to see, but I know that you also, I think you have this as a single handout. This is taken from the SCUSD website, and it lists all the districts in the county, their start date, their end dates, their days in between, in an effort to show, again, it was identified that our goal was to more closely align and move up. While the 2015-16 calendar has been approved, it is an ongoing process. We certainly realize with some of the responses and the comments that we've seen that we do need to gather additional community input. We need to, of course, continue to work collectively with our labor partners. We were happy to have been able to do it this year in advance of where we've been in previous years, and continue to develop those calendars, meeting those goals with enough or as much notice to parents and families and staff as possible. We know that people plan their vacations around this time, so that for us also is an important consideration. So that, in essence, is what we went through to bring forward a 2015-16 calendar that was approved, and what we're looking at as we continue to work for future years, future calendar years.
Excuse me. Second Vice President Hansen.
Thank you, President Wu. Thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate this item being on the agenda. As I'm sure you're aware, there was a lot of clamor about the decision to move our school year before Labor Day for the first time, and I understand well over a decade. So,
First time in the history
of Sacramento City School District. Wow. All right. Well, there we go. Clearly, those kind of moves are ones that should be done in partnership with our community. They should be done in partnership with the board. And I think this kind of goes to the theme of the night of involving us so we can involve the community when we're making big decisions. Absolutely excited that we're expanding the school year. I just hate to take something that's a positive and then it ends up being a negative for us. That's a bad way for us to do business, because it is a positive that we're growing the school year. That's the right thing to do. And I note that all the other school districts that start earlier, it may be that that's an attractor for the families that are attending Sac City. They may like having a district that starts after Labor Day. That might be something that gets us more students than it loses us. It may be that it has no bearing at all. But I think it's so important, and it's been part of our culture for so long, that it merits us doing, some kind of survey work with our families and asking them, is it something that they value? And then we can have the information to make the right decisions. And I know that this is a conversation that happened for many months. So I was also a bit dismayed that we found out about it after decisions had already been made, instead of including us in the decision-making process. I know that we voted on it, but that was obviously after it had already been negotiated with our labor partners. So on something this big, it may be that next year we want to move it back to after Labor Day. And I know we're hoping to lengthen the school year additionally, but I would ask that you and us come up with a plan to survey some representative sampling of families in our district. Let's ask the teachers that are involved. Let's ask people that are involved in this what their opinions are, so we can base this, make a decision that's a proactive decision, and make sure that we do something with all the information that we can have at our fingertips, because we didn't do it this time, and I think that was an error. And I appreciate you bringing the information here, and I've learned a lot during the process, because I've asked you a lot of questions. I've asked a lot of other folks questions, and as I mentioned, even though I'm going on my third year, there's still so much to learn about how this district operates, going through these processes on all the different myriad things that almost a $500 million district does. It's so much to know that only by going through the process of things like this can we all learn more, so we can better represent the folks that we're elected to represent. I appreciate you taking the time to educate me about this. I do think it's important that we survey the community, so I'd like to hear back from you at some point. It doesn't have to be in a board meeting, but maybe you can communicate back to us through a board communication about how we can do some outreach to families and ask them what would they like to see, and we can have some better information as we go forward and determine what the start of our school year is next year. And I understand from several folks I've talked to that the calendars are set almost a year in advance in many of our neighboring districts. And we made this decision just a couple months before. And people make decisions about their family vacations and the things that they do and planning. And I know we're going to have a lot of families that are going to miss the opening days of school, and that's awful. That's a bad way for a child to start off their new school year by missing the first 2 days. So I'm sorry that some folks are going to be in that position, or are going to have to cancel plans that they had for their one summer family vacation before they come back to school. So I know that we're going to do it different next time. I appreciate having the opportunity to address this.
Cochran?
Thank you for this work. I think it's very important. I really am pleased that the district is moving away from the agricultural calendar. I think the large gap that you have in the summer is something that's detrimental to learning and students. I'm hoping that this goes forward with further adjustment, even looking at having a week in February and extending the school year farther into June and maybe earlier in August. Thank you for your work. What are next steps?
In addition to what was listed, we will be reaching out to the community to try to get a better sense. These conversations around calendar have been a little tricky the last, for a little while. So it was wonderful to be able to, one, in the fall, have something planned out for a couple of years, but two, already begin the conversations. The team that worked on this started in March. and was able to do it was a relatively fast timeline to bring it before you when they came in April. But I do think lesson learned, this is an item that came to you on the consent calendar when it came in April, as I went back and looked. So the message of the evening, I think, as Member Hansen said, in terms of some of those items needing a little bit more time and explanation is noted.
Thank you, Kansi. Thank you for bringing that. This is an information item. So before we move on to item 11.0, Member Cochran wants to say something.
I actually have two things. One just spontaneously came to mind. We have these beautiful yearbooks from C.K. McClatchy, and they're nice to look at and to see the achievement of the yearbook classes at McClatchy. But I'm wondering for board members who might be interested or willing to do so, we have Nikki Molesky here in the audience tonight who could take yearbooks that we're not going to keep and distribute them to teachers at C.K. McClatchy or for Rowley or for a needy student. Would you be willing to do that? Okay, thank you. It's my pleasure, actually, to recognize one of my colleagues here for a pretty amazing achievement. It's the Honorable Diana Rodriguez. Latina Style is a premier company that addresses needs of professional Latinas in the United States, and the Honorable Diana Rodriguez has been recognized with Advocate of the Year Award from this national organization. She was nominated by NAYELO, which stands for National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials. Ms. Rodriguez was chosen based on her lifetime achievements and her distinguished service as a role model, which I think is quite true. The coveted award is presented to individuals who are champions of leadership and community service. Ms. Rodriguez represents families as elected trustee in the Sacramento City Unified School District. She was elected in 2008 and reelected to a second term in 2012 and is a leading voice against harmful school closures, proper spending of the district's approximately $480 million in revenues, and increased transparency and sunshine. Ms. Rodriguez is an advocate for working families and children and supports policies to improve schools. Congratulations, Honorable Diana Rodriguez.
Thank you, Ellen.
You're welcome.
Because the hour is late, I'm going to keep pushing the calendar, pushing the agenda. Moving on to item 11, 11.1, business and financial information received. 11.2, Head Start, early Head Start reports received. 12.0, future board meeting dates. May 27, 2015 here at, what time was that, 5:30? June 4th, 2015, 4:30 closed session, 6:30 open session. June 18th, 2015, 4:30 closed session, 6:30 open session. Item 13, do I have a motion to adjourn? I have a motion from Vice President Pritchett. Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.